All right, we will call this meeting to order. This is a workshop of the Flagler Beach City Commission. Today is Thursday, August 27th. Time is 4:30 p.m. Mayor, if you could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and we'll follow that by a moment of silence to honor our veterans, members of the armed forces, and first responders. Thank you. All right, if y'all could take a look at your phones, make sure they're on silent vibrate or turned off. And City Manager, I'll let you jump right in.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I've mentioned to a few, I've never been here when the pier is open, so I have no idea what rules you want to consider, but it's going to be here before we know it. So we put a few talking points on the cover sheet of the staff report about the charging, about reintroduction of the bait shop or ocean rescue headquarters. What hours do we want it to operate? So just looking for guidance. I'm not really expecting complete resolution tonight, but at least put some talking points together and staff can start working to meet whatever intent or whatever direction you send us.
All right, and just to frame the conversation, if you look at the cover sheet with the background, let's tackle those first under background, and then we can jump into other topics once we get those out of the way. This will just give us some structure for the conversation. All right, so the first thing we have here is charging for walkouts and or fishing. I'll welcome any conversation.
Yeah.
Mayor. Yes.
That brings to me a list of added expenses, such as employees to keep track of the charging, etc., since we won't have the bait shop. I'm not quite sure. I understand our insurance cost and other costs for the pier could be offset. To what degree, I'm not sure. Probably not 100%, but that will also bring added cost, in my opinion, and I'm not sure that's in the city's best interest.
All right. Commissioner Sherman.
Yeah, kind of along those same lines as the mayor. You know, you're going to have somebody out there at the bait shop or at the pier to collect the money. And you know, I know this is down the line here, but as you know, when we did have a bait shop open, it wasn't profitable. It wasn't anything that you know. I mean, every time we look at the budget, it was, you know, we were just losing out on money. I didn't necessarily see you know, as the mayor kind of pointed out, the cost benefit. So I'm not really necessarily for charging for walkouts. In addition, you know, I know I'm not trying to put the cart before the horse, but we have on the 10th of September, we have to have a discussion about paid parking, or at least give the city manager direction for that. So just another thought that, you know, for people that are going to come here to utilize the pier, that was our taxpayers didn't pay any burden for that new pier to be built. That was from the state and federal government to pay for that. So I think it's maybe something that should be free for everybody to enjoy. If it was different, where, you know, we were forking the bill as the tax base here in Flagler Beach, maybe I'd have a different opinion. But being that this was solely on the state and the federal government, I'm okay with not charging for people to walk out on the pier.
All right. Other thoughts? Commissioner Santori.
I'm open to charging for it. I just don't know if we'd have to tie it into possibly with the paid parking. Even if I'm not a fan of the paid parking, it seems that if you have somebody there already going around and charging for that, is it possible that they can enforce, fishing and walking out on the pier? And also, I'm just curious, like, what is going to be the cost to insure the pier a year?
Penny, you might be able to help us out with that while we're having further discussion. Wasn't it like $150,000 last time I looked at the bill? Okay.
I thought I recalled 98 to like 105,000 range.
Okay.
I could be off, but I don't think it was as high as 150.
I'm probably thinking back when it was
110.
open, maybe.
I'm not sure if that'll change it
Yeah.
or not.
All right, Commissioner Spradley.
I tend to look at it as a cost-benefit analysis. You know, I've never lived here when there was not a charge up until this recent closure. And it looks like, if I'm looking at the chart correctly that's in the book, that it's upwards of 200,000 plus in revenue annually. And so what I'd be interested to see is what then would be the cost against that, you know, because what does that mean? 3 or 4 staff would have to be there in order to operate it, and I would like to see that number. 200,000, you know, kicking that to the curb is one thing, but if you know, more than half of that is going to be eaten up by labor costs and the uncertainty of going forward, then that's another story. But I would just like to see that number. I'm not advocating for or against, but I think to have a full picture, we should see what the net cost or what the net benefit would be projected to be. Thanks.
I'm curious if Jack's Beach, St. Augustine, if any of them charge and how they, to get on their piers to fish or whatever, and how they go about doing it. I mean, I kind of like the idea, but I mean, it wasn't much before anyway. I think it was like $2 or something, which is minimal. But again, you'd have to have somebody to receive the money.
Commissioner Sherman.
Yeah, just to kind of, I did find the line here on this sheet here. We're looking at about as of 2022, that would have been our last full fiscal year of salary, and we were looking at $121,084.85. So, you know, what was it? I think I believe Commissioner Spradley mentioned around 200,000. It looks like here, yes, as of 2022, we were at 207,401.58. So, you know, I don't know, just something for everybody to kind of think about as well.
All right, Commissioner Spradley.
Yeah, and so yeah, that's a big chunk. That's more than half would be taken by an expense to collect it. And you know, while we don't know where we're going to fall on paid parking yet, there is the irony of, you know, on the one hand, implementing both paid parking, which would affect the fishermen and the visitors to the pier, and then another fee to get on the pier. So there is that look that we need, I think, to take a hard look at. Thank you.
My thoughts are the city can decide to charge for the pier at any point in the future. Doesn't have to be now. Say get the pier open and see where it goes. If you find that the pier is getting crowded and, you know, you're having an issue with groups of folks lingering, or, you know, just I think it'll be almost organic. You're going to kind of know when you need to start charging for the pier and when the people need to be out there with purpose or contributing. Because once you charge, it's a crowd thinning agent. In the same way paid parking is. Paid parking, you're going to eliminate, you know, cars, and then the ones that are in those spots are the ones that truly want to be in those spots and are willing to, you know, make productive use of that, versus just having rando bodies on the pier just kind of milling about, and you know, and then it becoming just a crowd function. So I think open the pier, give it a year or two, see where it goes. If you find the pier's getting overrun, then you charge folks to be out there. But then you have already built the desire for folks to be there. So it would be, you know, I think an easy sell at that point if it starts getting crowded. Mayor?
I agree with that. I'm concerned with the hours of operation and the other factors that will play into the pier itself. I like the idea of at least the first year or two being our test years to see how it works and what happens and how does it operate and what are the hours and how do we control the crowds, which will fall either on beach rescue or the police department, and just work it all out. But until it's open and functioning, we don't know what it looks like and how it will function.
Yep, hours of operation is our third bullet.
Mr.
So we're gonna get there.
Yeah, if I can clarify 3 points. The question about insurance, if you look on page 22 of 53 in your packet, it shows what some of the past insurance costs were for the pier, peaking at, it went from 123 in 2013-14 up to 178 in the recommended budget in 2016 and 17. With regard to doing a year or two, next year, we're getting into the centennial of the pier, so that might be a reason to say that the pier is free to celebrate the centennial, if you're looking for any additional rationale. But with regard to the charge, Finance Department staffs expressed concern about the cash handling and how do you pay, okay, so I collect, using Commissioner Cunningham's $2, I collect $12. How do I appropriately record that, or do I only report that 5 of you showed up and I pocket $2? Or, so there was a concern voiced by the Finance Department staff that at least needs to be a consideration, that what are going to be the cash handling procedures if we're going to charge or allow payment by cash. So those are the only 3 issues I wanted to bring up, at least that you had raised so far.
And this, keep in mind, this is a workshop. We're not going to be taking action. This is just for discussion. But I am hearing pretty much a consensus from everybody, at least on that topic. Anybody have anything to add on paying at all? We'll move on to another bullet. And we can always circle back to it, too. This is just, to kind of get an idea where we're at on these things. City operation of a bait or concession shop or any other type of enterprise thing like that. Discussion. Mayor.
I'm kind of against that. We've proven in the past that it was nothing but a loss generator, and again, we're faced with the same kind of issues that finance had about collecting money for walking on the pier. We have another bait shop or 2 in town. I'm not sure on the pier is the best location for such business, or the city needs to be in that business.
Mr. Spradley.
I agree with all of that. It's definitely not a necessity. We do have a very established, at least one bait shop in the area, and to me, it's always difficult in my own mind to rationalize city-run businesses because historically it doesn't go well, and so now's the opportunity for a clean break, and I would be inclined to have this without a bait shop. In fact, the most recent plans that we've talked about for that area use that space for lifeguard instead. Thanks.
Commissioner Sherman.
Yeah, I just think it's one of those things that we're going to be buying all this stuff. What's our return on investment on even just selling those things? I mean, I think we tried to sell onshore bait for a little bit there when the pier was completely closed. We still had a operating pier shop, or bait shop, which is still, I never understood that one. But no, I do agree with what the mayor and Commissioner Spradley had said. I just don't think we're in the business of having a concession / bait shop. Kind of let the our local business owners capitalize on having their own bait shops and different things.
Mr. Cunningham.
Well, I'm on board with all that, same. It's, I think they were selling T-shirts and hats at the bait shop, and that's who was receiving the money to get in, I guess. And like you were saying, if there's cash involved, makes people tempted to do stuff, not report it or put it in their pocket, so just not have it.
Mr. Santori.
I agree.
You got your mic sticking out.
Well said.
Yeah, and I'm at that for just larger reasons. I don't think that local city government should be in competition with its own business sector. Let the market sort it out. If bait is a huge draw, then let there be thriving bait stores all around the city. But I would also point out that this is not just a fishing pier. This is a municipal pier for many other purposes other than just fishing. And I think if the city was to have a bait shop that had a handful of T-shirts in it, I think it needs to be a more well-rounded, up-to-date style pier. And as somebody that's been on many piers, you don't really see piers with bait shops on them. I don't know if there's any others around. I'm sure there might be. You can ask AI, but I haven't seen I've never been on a pier, and I've been on a lot of them that have had a bait shop on the pier. Just there's little kiosks for history and stuff like that. I've seen things like that, but I've never actually seen a bait shop on a pier, at least in any of the ones I've been on. Chief.
This is not something people know, is right before the pier.
Is your mic on? I want to make sure we get you.
A lot of people may not know this, but right before the pier closed, on the money coming and going through the pier, as well as the merchandise that was being sold out of the pier. We reached out to some other agencies for assistance on it, and unfortunately, still happened and we shut down, so we weren't able to do that. But I can tell you personally that there was some severe problems back then.
Well, there was some severe problems because just looking at the P&Ls, Commissioner Sherman and I remember that thing losing $10,000-$12,000 every single month, and it was a bleed. The other thought I had on the idea of a bait shop or a space or whatever is, the lifeguard hut, we'll call it for lack of a better term, the outbuilding that they have, that thing's in tough shape. If we have our strategic hats on, we look forward, that is either going to need redone, repaired, something other than what it is now. They're going to need a place to go. If you rebuild that or redo it, it's, y'all have seen how these estimates are coming in. I'm not to say that the future of that should be to remove it, but I can tell you that it is a very wise choice to have them in a shop that has good visibility, that is weather protected. It's not falling apart as much as the hut, and so I have a lot of caveats in there, but the hut's in tough shape, and I think we need to just kind of make sure that they have secure spots for their gear and all their valuables other than a shed that's in tough shape that has a little cupola thing up top or something. Yeah. Okay, further discussion on bait or concession shop. Also, we have design, further in the pipeline, there's potential designs. I said potential. But there's designs, and they have different areas of stuff, but again, in the future, if this is some thriving thing that the city wants to decide they want to rent space at, you can always work that into the design. But it doesn't need to be now. And that's something that you can always add a shop of some sort later. I've always, you do a lot of work with the museum and stuff, but I've always thought that is a perfect spot to have a little mini museum for the pier, because that is one of the historical landmarks of the city, and it'd just be, something other than selling shrimp.
I completely agree, and that at the future could be worked into the beach walk project. Once that kicks off, let's see how the next year or two, or however many we get down the road before we fully design and build out that project. And if it's trending in that direction, that's looking like a better idea, then would be the appropriate time, in my opinion, to readdress it.
All right, let's move on to hours of operation. Mayor, we're going to start with you because you brought that up. Oh, yes, please. All right, that's good info.
I guess my first question would be, what are going to be the controls? Are we going to have a gate? Is it going to be locked and off hours? How will the pier be protected in its downtime or off hours?
City manager.
When I've talked with the design engineer, Moffett Nickel, is if you remember when we had malls, some of the rolling gates to completely secure and pull down. That way nobody can climb over. Have to look to see how it incorporates with deck from a Funky Pelican, but that's the general discussion, is some sort of secure, not just a 6-foot chain link fence, but something more substantial. And as I've talked about with Commissioner Sherman, is we have to find out what material is stainless steel so that it doesn't, we're not buying an expensive gate every single year or something like that. But that's the general discussion, is finding a way to more formidably secure the pier.
Okay.
Mr. Sherman.
I just actually wanted to ask the police chief a question on what his thoughts are. I'm not trying to put you on the spot on it, but just to give your, your guys are out there and, dealing with those things. So I just wanted to hear what your thoughts were, what you would recommend, or, kind of give us any sort of guidance on that.
I'm not a fisherman, but I know that the draw is that there's certain times they like to go out there and fish from the 6 to midnight. When I was here, it seemed to work very well.
Okay.
I do ask that there is a secure way we can shut it down, not just a 4-foot fence. And then we have some way of clearing it at midnight hour. And then some way to clear it, open it at 6 a.m. But those hours, we work with it before we do it.
Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Spriley.
Yeah, I mean, the 6 a.m. To me is hard, yes. I mean, it's a fishing pier amongst other things, but it's fishing, and folks like to fish early in the morning, so I wouldn't tinker with the 6 a.m. And it's interesting to hear that 12 a.m. works as a close time. I would be, without having heard that, I was going to say 11 or 12 would seem to be reasonable to me. Thanks.
Commissioner Santori.
Yeah, I think 12 o'clock is reasonable. I fished on that pier many a times growing up, and the weather's nicer, the sun's not beating on you. Usually we wouldn't get out there till after dinner, and I mean, we would stay all night if we had the option sometimes. But I would prefer to keep it till midnight. And just curious, do we have any eyes on that area from cameras or anything?
There used to be Channel 13 used to have a camera up there. I don't know if it's still there.
What we're working on is the downtown camera project is going to come back to you, and I've asked Mr. Impson to add a bid additive to at least get the cost of some additional cameras on the pier. Because I know I've talked with the chief, he wants some eyes on that. So I said, as part of the downtown camera project, just ask the vendor to give us a bid additive cost, and if it's cost prohibitive, we can wait. If it's within reason, we can probably consider installing those at the same time if we go down the path of installing the cameras. So that RFP should be going out again soon. It did come in and we rejected it due to cost, so we're making some changes to it. It'll go out for bids again.
Thank you.
Mr. Cunningham.
I'm good with 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. After midnight, nothing ever good happens. I mean, there might be people out there fishing, but there's going to be people doing other stuff too, which is going to make your job harder. So I'm good with that time.
And I guess I was a little more conservative. I was thinking 10. I'll let y'all outnumber me on that one, but I'm kind of your line of thought, Commissioner Cunningham. To me, nothing good ever happens after 10. I see the crowd. They come into my business, and I mean, I guess if I want to run at midnight, you can run at midnight.
I think you'll have to work with chief, because you can't necessarily close it. You may have to start clearing the pier at 11:30 or 1:45 midnight so that you can't close the pier at midnight. And I think that'll be some of the operational things that we'll have to work out.
Sir.
It's easier to expand the hours than it is to shrink them. So my recommendation would be start at 10 o'clock. See how the fishermen like it, and and if we need to extend it, it's a lot easier than taking it back, once we give up that real estate.
Good point.
Yeah, I'm a morning person. I mean, what would the thought be of opening up at 5 in the morning? You know, because we got a lot of older folks here in town that, you know, I remember when the pier was open, they'd be, you know, sitting out there well before 6 o'clock in the morning, waiting for that pier to open. I mean, maybe one thought would be is open at 5 a.m. and closing at 10 p.m.
I think you're at a lot less risk of a crowd doing that. Mayor?
I would agree with that. How does that impact shift change and that time change for PD?
Traditionally, our shift changes at 6.
You know, so 5 might work better for you all. I think that makes more sense, and then we're kind of a little more, not justified, but it makes more sense to close at 10 and have that function.
Mr. Sproutley?
Yeah, I like what Commissioner Sherman said on that. I think that's a very good idea. Open and then take an hour from the end, usually at the beginning, and there will be a market for that for sure amongst the fishermen, and then it'll make it less unappetizing for it to close at 10 or 11, whatever the choice is. Thanks.
Mr. Santori?
Yeah, I'd be curious if we can engage Roy from that fishing club. I just know from the past, you know, being up there fishing, typically we were just up there fishing. You know, we weren't walking or looking to cause trouble. And the fishing people would look out for one another and also keep an eye on the pier. And that was before we had cell phones, really. So, you know, they could be another set of eyes that help the security in some ways. So, but I'd be curious to hear what that fishing organization would say on that.
All right, so,
I got one
yes,
question.
sir, what you got?
Would your guys doing their shift change at 6 o'clock? You said 6, right? 6 to 6? They'll be able to open it and close it?
5 a.m. and 10 a.m.
All right, so just so we have a general consensus for a workshop, where are y'all at? What are we thinking? Are we at 5 to 10, 5 to 11, 5 to midnight, Mayor?
5 to 10, I think, sounds the most logical in terms of what works best for the police department. Gives the hour earlier for the fishermen because, yes, they used to be lined up trying to get their way on there at 6 a.m. So if they're coming out there at 5:30, that will streamline that process.
4.
If they want to do that, more power to them.
Yeah. Mr. Santori will just go online.
Well, I was leaning towards 12, but I'll defer to the police chief. If he thinks 10 o'clock would be more manageable, let's do it for a test, and then we can always revisit this
If you got a
a
big
few months
crowd
later.
of 10 and all the people are like, oh, you know, you can look at it. Yeah. Commissioner Riley?
Yeah, I agree. 5 a.m., 10 p.m.
Mr. Sherman?
5 a.m., 10 p.m.
Mr. Cunningham?
5 to 10.
All right, yeah, consensus on that? Yeah, valid. Well, that's, I have that highlighted as, discussion further in the packet here once we get past these. And so I'm sure we're gonna get to it. Next bullet is moving the lifeguard headquarters to the former bait shop area, leasing the space. I think we've kind of come up to with a consensus on that. Is everybody comfortable with lifeguards in there, in that shop? Mr. Santori?
I was looking to monetize it, but if we need to put them in there while we refurbish what they're currently in, then I'm okay with that. But I think down the road, I think it is a great central location. Maybe we'd like to see just what someone's willing to pay for it a month before I, decide not to lease it.
Yeah, and the new design, the new possible design that it'll have would also play into that too. Commissioner Sherman?
Yeah, I was also going to say maybe we could outfit it for something for the police department as well. You know, I think having some sort of, again, I'm not a security expert here, but having some sort of physical deterrent there that, just shows there are police that are present in and out of there. Then, even, obviously they're making their rounds or just have a place for them to, another place around the city to just kind of post up like a substation of some sort, like like down in Daytona. There's, obviously it's a much bigger municipality, but they've got little substations throughout the city. And that could be one that, I mean, that's kind of our, main artery in the city right there.
All right. Any further discussion on that bullet? It sounded like we had pretty much consensus on that.
Mr. Chairman, what we'll do is about the time that, if everything stays on schedule, by the time Vasily Grogan is pulling off the site, which will probably be February or March, that'll be about the time that the lifeguard season is starting to kick up, so they can easily, for the time being, easily transition into that former bait shop site instead of the dilapidated, smaller A-frame that they're currently operating under. So the timing for that should work out in the short term.
All right. Thank you. All right, other topics. Let's, if you go to page 23 in this, this is what Penny brought up. Section 6-21 fishing rods. And be limited to one fishing rod or pole per person. And then you get into fees if they want to have more. So let's talk about this. Amount of poles. We'll just start it down the end. Mayor?
Not being a fisher person, how does one control more than one pole with two hands? How, to me, having more than one pole per fisher man, person, whatever, does not seem fair to the entire population. That's just my question.
Yeah, we'll just go down the line. Commissioner Santori.
Yeah, I mean, they will bring as many poles as you allow them to, because they can cast them and set them aside, and then what you have is a giant, everybody wants to fish at the tee typically, and so that tee just gets crowded with multiple fishing poles, and so just limiting it to one pole a person, especially off the bat, I think is the wise decision.
And that's coming from somebody that was fishing all the time out there. Commissioner Spradley.
My introduction to Flagler Beach was when I was a kid in North Carolina. Every year during Thanksgiving and during Easter, my grandparents would load us all up and go to the village of Flagler Beach to go fishing. And I did that for many years. And that sort of relates to what I'm going to say. But that is, as a fisherman, two poles for a person makes a lot of sense. And, they may have them rigged separately or what have you, but I think one pole would needlessly limit and really bring no benefit. Two poles, one could leave it to the discretion of the fisher person, however they want to use them. But more than that, I agree. You're taking up space. Now, I mean, that's valuable real estate for the fishermen out there. And more than two, I think, would be out of the question. So my first preference would be two, limited at two. Thanks.
Commissioner Sherman.
I'd be okay with two poles, like to Commissioner Spradley's point. I'm not a fisherman, but I know, I think two's okay.
Commissioner Cunningham.
I'm good for two. I mean, if you're fishing, I'm sure there's going to be something to hold the poles in place. You're not going to be holding them. And if you catch a fish and you're reeling it in, you're still fishing with the other pole. But no more than two. I mean, there'll be people getting their lines tangled in each other anyway when they're out there fishing. Then they'll be getting in fights and all that.
And my thoughts are, of course, I'm not an avid fisherman, but my thoughts are, one, just on a practicality basis. If I'm a fisherman, I'm going to set one up here on the rail, and I'm going to set another one up about where Dale is on the rail. And now I've just taken up all that space. And I have basically, at any given time, I have one pole that's not attended. I worry about that. I'll kind of go back to something that Chief said. It's easier to expand than contract. So if you get a lot of flack about one, then you can always bump it up to, you could bring two onto the pier, but you can only use one at a time or something like that. I don't know if there's a dynamic where you would need to switch poles or something. But I'm kind of hearing 50-50 on this. Mayor, you're waving me down.
Well, I'm, as a non-fisher person, thinking one, it would be the way to go with the thought of expansion if needed. But how is that policed, or how is that enforced, and how is that controlled? Would be my next question.
Well, the first part is you got to build the framework into how do you want the pier to operate, and then enforcement's a whole nother animal. You know, it's how do you enforce surfers and fishermen keeping the peace? You know, you just kind of do a Hail Mary and, yeah. But, you know, at the end of the day, the city still has to have, you know, a set of rules in place that, you know, that they can post and say, here, at least here are the rules. Now, following them, you know, that's like dogs, can't have dogs in 10th to 10th. And we know how that's going. But, so I'm hearing two different things. To kind of get a general consensus of where we're at. Any further thoughts or anything that, should we do 2 or 1? What are y'all thinking? Mayor's at 1.
I'm just worried with 2. Again, it's like, we don't know how many people are going to storm the pier when we open it, you know, to go fish, especially at first. And I just worry about the amount of space those extra poles with nobody standing in front of them are taking, because you might cast one on one side, cast on the other. But I do understand the need to bring 2 poles. Sometimes the line snaps and you don't want to fiddle around for 5 minutes. You want to cast the other one, and while you put the leader and the hook back on the other pole. So I'm just a little worried about having more than 1 pole, especially in enforcement in the beginning. And I think if you muddy it up by saying you could bring 2 and only fish at 1, you know everyone's going to be fishing with 2. So,
Mr. Sparley.
Yeah, I mean, my preference is 2, and that be the max. But I could live with 1 under that umbrella, same as with operating hours. We'll see how it goes for a year. So I wouldn't be offended if we wound up at 1.
Right, as a starting place.
Yeah.
See where it goes,
Yeah,
right?
if there's a demand.
Mhm.
You know, if it turns out there's a demand, then it'll be revisited.
Yeah, or if the first year or 2 in operation, there's 4 guys out there, you can bring 10. You know, just depends on the real estate, really, and how popular it'll be. I think it's going to be rather popular. Commissioner Santori.
this is for city attorney. Do you know if there's a state statute how many lines you are allowed to cast? Okay.
I don't think there is one, no.
Yeah, you can come hang out on some of these blocks where there's 20 of them lined up when they're at the shoreline. Commissioner Sherman.
Yeah, I'm okay with taking a reactive approach here and just starting with 1, and you know, and then we can reassess.
Okay, Commissioner Cunningham.
Is there gonna be any kind of dividers or indicators of where every 5 feet or whatever for a fisher person?
Almost like a parking spot?
Yeah, kinda like that. So you wouldn't be able to put your pole here and then one way over here if they did have 2? I mean, 'cause they're all gonna cram in there.
To the best of my knowledge, there is no design element for that. You can kind of see where they're putting the supports for the handrail, though, which will probably become the de facto demarcation zones along the pier. But there, to the best of my knowledge, there's no design to mark every 5 feet, every 6 feet, or anything like that.
So they can cram in shoulder to shoulder, I guess, if they want
Right.
to.
Yeah. Whatever you can do to get along with your neighbor there.
I would agree that if someone starts catching fish in a particular spot, then that area is going to become congested, to say the least. So I don't know that having established stations makes, as a practical matter, would work out. They'll just go to wherever the fish are.
I've seen some knockdown dragouts over fishing spots.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Mayor, in regard to your question about enforcement, that is
All right, so let's go on to any other topics based off of what is in the ordinance here. I have a couple things that I had, but want to get everybody's. Nothing?
I've got nothing, again, going back to the rental of the pier, I would like to see that come back into play because that was a huge, people enjoyed events on the pier, and the new pier is going to be amazing, and I think a lot more stable and secure, of course. So I'd like to continue that practice in the future.
Mr. Sprouty, got your mic on?
Yeah. You want to go first? One thing, and I don't know whether this has already been established by any of the planning to this point, but fish cleaning stations. It's always a prime place to be, with water running and a couple of sinks. I don't know if that's been planned or not, but those are
Yeah,
all.
there are fish cleaning stations in the design of the pier.
All right.
How many, I can't tell you exactly, but I think there's like 4 to 6 of them, I believe. Right.
Yeah, more than 2, less than 6 would make sense.
Yeah, Mayor King brought up a couple things that made me think about, like special events and fireworks to make sure that we have the ability to close the pier. I remember needing to close it on July 3rd to rack the shows, and it was always difficult with pass holders. They felt entitled that, hey, we paid for this, we get to fish. So I don't know if there's something we could put in writing to make sure it is enforceable and easy to have the pier clear for those days.
Now they don't have passes. Any other topics off of this? I have some, just if you want me to share for conversation. Had somebody reach out to me asking about, can the city have a lightning detector, like what the crew currently uses that's working on the pier. They have a lightning system for the crane operators that when you get lightning with a certain radius, I think it's 5 miles, they're immediately alerted. It's their own in-house system. City manager knows the names of a couple of them, but what it would do is when you get lightning within X miles that the city sets, it would set an alarm off, and that means that get off the pier. But I think the city needs to have its own in-house lightning sensor system for the new pier. I wanted to bring that up for conversation. And as far as the nuts and bolts of it, the city manager can look at different ones to bring to us, but that ability, I think, needs to exist. Mayor, what you got?
What do our lifeguards currently use for that notification? Is it an app on their phone they're notified, or how does that function?
Yeah, I don't think we have anything official, so I think it's informal through
Okay.
Eyes on the Horizon, the apps on phones, weather alerts.
I like that idea, and it could be used wider spread than just the pier itself, but it could be a citywide notification. People on the beach could follow. I think that has tremendous benefit to everybody.
Yeah, if you are a beachgoer and you're within an audible proximity of the pier and you hear the little, lightning alert thing going off on the pier, you're like, okay, it's time to pack it up. And then, that also, for what you said, the lifeguards, that'll be good.
It's like the golf course one. When you hear the horn go, you gotta go in.
That's it. Same thing. The other thing I noticed that there's some missing verbiage in the ordinances here. There's nothing about rail sitting or jumping off the pier. I think it just needs said. I think it needs added to get some verbiage in there about that. There's also minimal verbiage about wheeled devices. So there's the ADA scooters and wheelchairs, but I think we're at a point where we need to put in here, do we allow electric scooters on the pier? Do we allow skateboards? Those one-wheel things, all that stuff. A lot of municipalities, I'm not going to say all, but a lot of municipalities strictly forbid it on the pier. But I think we need to have a discussion about, do we want to add that verbiage into our ordinance? What's y'all's thoughts on that? Scott? On the boardwalk, right. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything here, but if, you don't want to have Penny double check that, or Drew?
I think,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, because then you're going to get into e-bikes and bicycles and the litany and the list goes on forever, and I think it does need to be outlined pretty detailed what's not allowed. I'm not sure I'm in agreement with not allowing wheelchairs and scooters, but
Right, those are ADA, those
Right.
are allowed,
yeah,
correct.
not
Yeah.
like, yeah,
Those would
We were-
be one of the only things allowed.
exactly.
And then you get into motorized, non-motorized, but I think having some type of template that replicates a boardwalk, I think so.
In
Good.
addition to, then that brings up the whole pet aspect, service animals versus not, people's personal pets. I mean, does that need to be addressed in society today? That's kind of a hot topic, and people with their pets. They're not permitted between 10th and 10th, but as you said earlier, we know how that plays out.
All right, so let's have a discussion on that. Pets on the pier.
No.
No.
Okay, I heard a consensus on that one. That was pretty quick. Correct. That would have to get worked in, jumping, rail sitting, taking a look at the powered and unpowered wheel devices, replicating the boardwalk style verbiage that we have, just to make sure it's in there. The only other thing I had to propose for discussion is a lot of places are going to no overhead casting for a lot of safety reasons, and wanted to talk about that for discussion. And it's not necessarily this whole no overhead casting. It is, and I'll give you the actual recommended verbiage from NOAA, but it's no above rail overhead casting. The tackle must remain seaward or outboard of the pier railing throughout the casting motion. You got all these people walking around you. You don't go back and, potentially hook somebody. This is, in a lot of piers that are getting redone, they're incorporating that just for a lot of the problems. Now, here's another benefit to that. The interaction of the fishermen and the surfers. You're going to greatly cut down on the surfers claiming they're getting, hooked or having tackle thrown at them. And you're you're building in a buffer. So, and if you think about it, the pier's much higher now. So even if you really cast far, I mean, you're only getting so far from the pier. So for the sanity of trying to help forever, as long as the earth has existed, the issue with surfers and fishermen, at least come up with a smart safety measure like that, which is also recommended from NOAA on pier design. That's in their book. Thoughts?
What is it there, Cliff?
That verbiage about the no overhead casting.
I also like that from the safety and standpoint of people utilizing the pier and not being fearful of interacting or walking near the fishermen, because fear of getting hooked if they're casting and people are walking up and down the pier behind them, because we still have a width limitation. Personally, I like that.
Any other thoughts, Commissioner Sherman, Commissioner Cunningham?
I like no overhead casting.
Same.
Commissioner Spradley?
I mean, I could live with no overhead casting. I like that variant that you mentioned about it being essentially straight up and out. You know, I'm good with that. But backing up just a moment to the wheeled vehicles, my view is yes, we need to be ADA compliant, right? Someone has a need to have some sort of motorized device or non-motorized device for medical reasons. But I just want to make sure the language is not so tight that it doesn't capture people having their bait box on a
Right.
on a cart of some sort. That's all. Thanks.
As long as it's not motorized and they're sitting on it when they're coming in. You seen those motorized coolers? No. Commissioner Santori?
No, when I fished, the pier was a lot sparser than I always did overhead casting, so this is the first I'm hearing of it. So I guess that's probably for liability reasons, it makes a lot of sense not to be overhead casting. So I guess we'll try it out the other way and see how it goes.
And if folks find that they absolutely have to do it, even though it kind of just drops down, again, you can always change it. Probably better to just err on the side of caution, I guess. I talked with a couple fishermen because I'm not a fisher. I do fish, but I'm not hardcore. I talked with a couple of the hardcore people, and they weren't opposed to it because they're like, look, we want to be down by the pilings anyways. We don't want to be out there unless we're mad at a surfer, So food for thought. It sounds like got a consensus on that. Am I correct?
Yeah.
What other things that might not be in here are you guys y'all seeing on that? Mr. Santori.
So many factors here, but I mean, drone launching and, it's the only thing I can think of.
So more specific on drone launching. So no drone use from the pier is what you're proposing?
Yes.
Okay, thoughts on that?
Drew, is there, I know you probably won't know, but there might be FAA regulation on that already? Maybe? No?
I don't know if it's regulated. I doubt that FAA has come in and has stepped into what launches off of the pier. Certainly check, but I would doubt it.
Okay.
Usually altitude.
Commissioner Spradley, what is your thoughts on that?
Well, first of all, I don't think there would be any FAA regulation against launching or landing at the pier. Number one, I'm pretty sure about that. I'm ambivalent about whether to just flat out ban drones from the pier. I mean, I envision some, including myself, being out there in the morning hours and taking pictures or video from the pier at a time when it's not crowded. I just don't know that there's a need to institute that ban at this time. I've never heard of an accident or something happening on a pier or other structure involving a drone. But I'm certainly open to hear what others have to say. It's just that I just don't think it's necessary.
Any other thoughts? So we could potentially address that if it becomes prominent.
That was what I was going to say. If we get issues and the police are involved and bring it back, and we can always change it or add it.
What other topics to discuss on pier operation, if any? Chief.
In my opinion, Flagler Beach is quite a town. Once you get the pier up and running, that is going to be defend Flagler Beach. I sat with Danny Straight in my seat, and we kind of, on a bar napkin, designed up a camera system for the pier. And it may be pricey, however, I'm going to ask that as I come before you, take serious consideration because that is going to be a hot spot in the state. And I would utilize ample coverage throughout there. And again, I'm not talking something that is pulled off the shelf of Walmart on top of quality stuff. And one of the ideas that I expressed to Daniel is I would like one of the cameras to be accessible to the public. So that they may check away, check the
Surf cam.
Right. So I'm asking that does come across the diet. For law enforcement investigations for safety.
All right. Any other topics for Pierre? All right. This is just a workshop. We're not taking any actions. For those of you that are joining us here at the last minute, we are getting to the end of our time. I would hold off on any public comments since there's no action being taken. And if there's any members of the public that have feedback on that, let's cover it in the public comment section that is coming up here shortly in the next meeting. Are you all okay with that? All right. With that, I'll look for motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All right. The workshop is adjourned. All right, we'll call this meeting to order. This is a regular meeting of the Flagler Beach City Commission. This meeting will continue until all items are complete. Today is Thursday, August 27th. Time is 5:33 p.m. Mayor, if you could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and we will follow that by a moment of silence to honor our veterans, members of the armed forces, and first responders.
Thank you.
All right, well, everybody's getting seated. If you could take a moment to look at your cell phone, make sure it's on silent, vibrate, or turned off, please. Mayor, do we have any proclamations or awards?
We signed and issued two this previous week. One was Drug Overdose Awareness Day. That was August 31st. And National Medical Assistance Week, which is October 19th through the 23rd. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor. And deletions or changes to the agenda? City Manager.
We are removing items 7C and 7D. They are to be considered at a future meeting.
All right, everybody's okay with that? Any other changes at all? No other changes? All right, we'll open this up, public comment. These are items that are not on the agenda. Citizens are encouraged to speak. Comments should be limited to 3 minutes. Please address myself, the chair. And please don't pass your time to another speaker. And if you can, just start with your name and address so we can capture it for the record. All right, how you doing?
Hey, good. Taxpayer 5671, otherwise known as Mark Emhoff, Flagler Beach, Florida. I want to read some quotes from patriotic pastimes before I get started. George Washington said, "Guard against the impostors of pretended patriotism." I like that. Okay, today, good evening, everyone. Today was a hearing for Chief Cox, and although the board voted 3-1 in favor of the city, one board member specifically identified the city manager did not properly follow procedure, and concerns involving human resources were raised throughout the hearing. This is not the first time these types of concerns have surfaced. Similar issues have been raised in prior hearings and in other employee matters handled internally. There's clearly a pattern. Why does it appear the city manager is immune from any sort of recourse when these issues continue to occur? At what point does the commission step in and hold the city manager accountable? As taxpayers, we are ultimately paying the cost when these matters continue, including the significant expense of outside labor attorneys. Taxpayers deserve to know that accountability applies at the highest level of city management as well. I would also like to know how much taxpayer money the city has spent over the past year on outside labor and employment attorneys dealing with employee complaints, grievances, investigations, disciplinary matters, and related disputes. My taxes are going up. I'm pretty sure yours are. Not a fan of that. The city manager answers to this commission when repeated concerns involving procedure, human resources, and the handling of employee matters continue to surface. I believe it's the commissioner's responsibility to examine them and hold the city manager accountable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Items not on the agenda. All right, seeing no one will close public comment. Anybody have any feedback on public comment? No?
I do.
Okay.
I was in all 3 of the meetings.
Okay.
I think today was the shortest one. Longest one was 7.5 hours. And I agree with what Mr. Imhoff was saying. There's definitely some inconsistencies with following procedure of the personnel policy that definitely needs to be addressed. That's it.
Okay. Penny, you had something?
I'd just like to let Mr. Imhoff know to get, just
Got it. When he was talking about the cost of outside. Okay, got it. All right. All right, in that case, anything else from that? All right, we'll move on to consent agenda. Under consent agenda, we have minutes for the regular meeting of July 23rd, workshop meeting minutes from August 5th, 6th, 10th, and 11th. We have the second amendment to the ILA for public school facility planning, and then we have an ILA for election services between the Flagler County Supervisor of Elections and Flagler Beach. Any discussion on a particular item or an item you need pulled? No? All right, then in that case, I'll look for a motion.
I'll make a motion, we approve consent agenda.
Second the motion.
All right, motion is second. I'll open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on consent agenda? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. No roll call needed for this. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. Move on to general business. We have a property tax presentation from Mr. Jay Gardner. There you are, right in the front. Welcome. Come on up. Floor is yours, sir.
Normally people aren't happy to see me, so I'm not sure what to say to you, but, so we were gonna talk just a little bit.
I think it is.
Hello.
There you go.
Okay. So, Amendment 3, obviously that's on everybody's mind, and we will be voting on that in November. And what does it do to you guys is kind of why I'm here, so you understand that. I did give you a little handout there and highlighted Flagler Beach, so you can see really the estimates of what's going to be removed. You can look at it as a loss in revenue or a benefit to homesteaders, however you want to call it. The state's information said impact by jurisdiction, so that's what we're looking at right there. Looking at Flagler Beach, it starts out at a little over $1 million, about 7% of your budget, assuming that $16 million range. The next year, that's because there's $100,000 added to the 50 that we have off right now. Okay, the homestead exemption will go away, but then be replaced immediately by $150,000. The second year, it will become $250,000. So there's a big jump between what it does year 1 versus year 2. Starts in January 1 of 2007, so that revenue stream for that year will be reduced by $1.1 million if you look at the form I gave you. If that's 7% of your budget, well then it almost doubles going to the next year because, it'll be another 100,000. After that, it just continues creeping up, and by the 5th year, it's at about 18% of your budget is something that you'll have to make up for. And we're talking about your general fund. Countywide, it starts out not at $1 million, but at like $49 million. And by the end of the 5-year period, it's at $116 million, $116.5 million. And that's calculated by the Revenue Estimating Conference. So this numbers all come from Tallahassee. They're accurate. I mean, as best they can be. There's a lot of moving parts to it. But you can expect those kind of losses to surface. You guys, if you look at Flagler Beach in the second column down there, another highlighted area, you've got like 59% of all your improved residential or homesteaded, and 44% of all of your parcels. That count vacant lots and everything. So it's a big number, and that's why it's affecting you guys the way it is. Talking about the county going up to countywide, that's you and them, everybody. Palm Coast. 116.5 million that has to be made up for. The statewide effect in the 5th year is just at $12 billion is removed from the income stream. Now, I know everybody talks about fraud, waste, and abuse, especially the CFO, but it's not $12 billion. It's not, you guys aren't wasting $3 million a year, are you? Abuse, fraud, I mean, you know, that's the way this is being sold. There's a 5-year waiting period that's to protect you guys. So anyone that's not a resident by December 31st of this year has to wait 5 years before they can file for homestead and get the full benefit. They would just get a $50,000. The problem with that is it's not legal. We might have a lawyer up there or something that could address this, as I only play one on TV, so my opinions probably don't matter much. But I guarantee you that it will be challenged within the first year, and it will be overturned. When we increased the homestead years ago, we put a 5-year waiting period on that. It was immediately overturned when it was challenged. You can't treat people in the United States differently. Maybe the Equal Protection Clause, I think. So the protection that you expect, that you think you're going to receive by the 5-year waiting period will go away. So these numbers will all get worse. They're assuming that people don't get that exemption, but they will. And I mean, I know that will happen. You know, it's still going to have to be challenged, but it will be overturned. Once this happens, a person in the city limits, just in Flagler Beach, if you have enough assessed value, at least 250,000 of assessed value, you would save about $2,800. Anyone that has less than that is not going to save $2,800. So, you know, if you had half of it, just cut it in half. I mean, that's what's really going to happen. So someone who's been here a really long time, let's even take a better example, a 100% disabled veteran who pays no tax. They're already getting that benefit. So when this happens, what I'm going to suggest you guys are going to have to do, and the county's going to do, higher millage rates, maybe fees for use. I mean, anything you want to do may have to cost money because we have trouble paying for it. Non-ad valorums. Maybe there's now a fee on everybody's bill to pay for Parks and Rec or to pay for a fire district fee because you don't have enough money to pay your bills. And certainly the unincorporated areas will wind up seeing things like that because they're going to run out of money. The county will not, they won't have the money to pay for what they got to pay for. You know, it's a savings for us homesteaders, but it's a tax shift. The money is going to come off my bill, is going to be paid for by somebody or finding waste or cuts in services. The bill is very specific, and I did attach the ballot summary, the new ballot summary that's been, you know, addressing it can't lean toward approval or disapproval, so that new one. It will tell you what's allowed to be spent. You can read that in there, and, you know, it's going to be the core services. So no longer can you spend our tax dollars on the fun stuff. You know, I don't know, they give money to the Humane Society. Well, that's not a core service. Now, you can still take care of the roads, and you can take care of pensions and bonds and administration, but those things are specifically named in the statute. So all the other stuff, you're going to have to figure out how to pay for it. Now, we have other funds, obviously. Not all your money is ad valorem taxes, but you're going to have to come up with money to pay for that stuff because it restricts how you spend our money now. It'll limit our money somewhat, but it'll restrict how you spend it. The little thing in the bill that people don't really notice is it allows them to eliminate property tax. It actually suggests that they do, that they move forward with eliminating tax for homesteaders non-school completely. So, you know, if they decide to do it, they won't be asking us because it's in the bill that we're fixing to approve. They will have the ability to do that, which would mean that you got to come up with more money somewhere else. And those are things that we just all ought to be thinking about. But the amount of money that's being lost has to be made up for. How y'all do it, I don't really know. You know, I'll save the maximum amount that you can save in Flagler Beach on mine because of my homestead and the value of my house. But I will be voting no for it because this is not fixing the problem that everybody seems to have with government. Wasteful spending. Well, it didn't say you can't raise the millage rate or add other fees. It just says we're going to give homesteaders a break. Funny enough, everybody that's a homesteader has a voter's card in their wallet. And maybe the people that push this down on us maybe want to run for president, for example. It would be a very good stump speech. So there's reasons why this is happening. I've been in the office for 21 years. This has happened a half a dozen times. But it was never the bully pulpit in Tallahassee saying it. So it went nowhere. It was laughed at. Now it's here and we're voting for it. So I feel for you guys having to deal with it. My office, by the way, is funded according to the core services, so I'm fine. But as long as there's enough money to divvy up and pay for things, it does not guarantee anything. It doesn't guarantee law enforcement. It guarantees that you're allowed to pay for it if you have the money, but not that it has to be paid for. If you don't have money, you don't pay for something. So I don't know if that helps you guys in your decision making, but it's possible that next year's budget will be a lot more fun. So, or not fun. So, I don't know if y'all have any questions, but.
Any questions for Mr. Gardner? Commissioner Santori?
When you said on the fifth year of Flagler Beach being 18% reduction of the budget, you meant the general fund, correct?
Yes, general fund.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's 2.9 million, I think, is on there. And, you know, I think y'all are, a little over 16 million, so about 18%. Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Gardner?
Is everybody happy with their trim notice? Your taxes are all fine. I know everybody's mad that their assessment.
There's a lot of confusion about it out there.
Well, your assessment went up because of a recapture. The market value changes because of market, but you have a gap. You know, we've all been here a long time, and there's a gap between our assessed value. Well, it's been recaptured every year. You just never noticed it. You don't notice it unless the values are going down. And right now, I'd say that 80% of my phone calls are about trying to explain how the heck that could happen. So anybody else that's curious about it, feel free to give me a call, and I'll try like heck to explain it. But anyway.
Y'all's office has pushed out a lot of good information, too. I've shared multiple things from your office on social media. There's good explanations out there. I'm not sure if everybody wants to take the time to understand it, but at least the information's there.
We're doing that for self-preservation because people get upset by it, so we try to explain it. And I can always make sure they understand that it's your fault, Eric, not mine. So
I've heard about it.
Anyway, but if y'all have anything I can help you with, let me know. But those numbers are something just for you to work with, and they're the most accurate numbers there are. Anyone that says those aren't accurate and theirs are better has no clue what they're doing, because the Revenue Estimating Conference is really good at it. But there's a lot of moving parts to estimating stuff out into the future, and it says they consider the fifth year reoccurring, and what they mean by that is they're not going any further than that. It's too hard for them to go out further than that, so it'll be at least that year after year. Of course, it'll continue to go up, and what's going to occur, I noticed the Board of Realtors, the FAR or whatever it is, they supported it. Well, of course they do, because once this gets moving forward, there's going to be a lot more people coming here, a lot more people moving here, which a lot of people aren't happy about that. And this will promote that, and as soon as the 5-year thing's gone, there will be no restrictions. Right now, there's people rushing in to get residency by December 31st, but they won't as soon as it's passed, they'll all be coming, and, you know, it'll increase growth if that's what people want, but that's, my prediction for the future, so, anyway.
I'd say thank you for the good news, but I appreciate the information. And also, I would encourage everybody to check out, you know, the property appraiser's social media too, because there's a lot of good information out there on trim notice and everything else.
I have my social media expert, my chief deputy, Michelle Morgan's here with me today, and of course I brought my wife with me, and she'll be mad that I pointed her out, but anyway, no one's ever seen her before.
Too late now.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll move on to Parks and Committee appointments. All right, did everybody get the new paper that has the highlight marks on it? That has the list? Yep. And Penny, is this, there's no change on this scoring sheet as opposed to the one that was in the packet, right? All right, we'll jump right in. And we'll do this in order by how the applicants are listed on the sheet, if everybody's okay with that. That's probably not the order that's in your packet, but we can go by, you can just look them up in the packet if you haven't reviewed them already. All right, so we will start with Mr. Roger Odom. Is Roger here? All right. Everybody has Roger's information in the packet, though, and you all have been able to review it, correct? All right, and we will move on to Sue Eichler. Sue Eichler here. No? All right, what about Ann Green? All right, come on up, Ann. Don't worry, we won't bite. If you can, Ann, just tell us a little bit about yourself and what brings you here and why you want to be on the committee, and if you have any conflicts.
My name's Ann Green. I live at 111 Avalon Avenue. I've been in Flagler Beach for 11 years. When I first came here, I did the Citizens Information Program that told us all about the city, and I was working at the time, but now I'm retired, and I'd like to give back something to the city. I've enjoyed living here. It's the best place I've ever lived, and I think the parks here are fabulous, and I'd like to see them become better.
All right, any questions for Ann while she is up here? All right, thank you. I'll move on to Gary Grigel. Gary, what about Michael Hans? All right, come on up, Michael. And if you can, tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in the Parks Committee, and if you have any conflicts.
Well, hello everybody. My name is Mike Hans. I live at 1515 South Central Avenue. Been a Flagler Beach resident now for about a year and 3 months. Been visiting Flagler Beach since about 2015. Me and my wife, after it was a lifelong dream to kind of move here, and finally made it happen. So we love it. I use the parks almost daily. And registered landscape architect in the state of Florida, and I believe that my experience might be able to bring a lot to the table here and help you guys really pick out some things we can improve on and make them even better. So, thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Is it Hans or?
It's Hans.
Hans.
Yep.
All right.
I've heard it my whole life is Hans, so no big deal.
Any questions for him? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Edward Lansdowne. Well, I should have got your name right.
Well, you won't do it again, I'm sure. My name is Edward Lansdowne. I'm a fifth-generation Floridian. My family have been here since 1940. Their property passed down to me in 1989. I've been here since then. I've been involved with most committees, I started with a vision committee, and I've kind of worked my way through whatever was available at the time that I thought was something I could contribute to. So I've been in and out of committee work for a long time, which I enjoy very much. I'm a licensed interior designer. I think I'm the only one in Flagler County. Florida Board of Architecture and Interior Design license number 0002264. If anyone wants to look that up, look up my background and check it. I'm currently the vice chairman of the Parks Committee, and I'm very interested in seeing the work that we've gotten started completed. Not that anything will ever be completed when you're working on something as large as what we're doing. It's like, working on your home. It's a never-ending issue, but I would like to continue on what we have got done. And what I've been trying to encourage in my participation is planning rather than spending, because there's been a lot of opportunities where the city could have invested in things in the park that people have asked for, that I've highly encouraged we wait until we come up with a plan for Veterans Park, and that's been what I'm talking about at the moment, is people wanting to put particular things into Veterans Park. And I don't really have an opinion one way or the other on the things that have been brought forth. I just think it's very important that we come up with a overall plan that fits in not only with our budgets, which is always important, but they can be looked at in different ways, because we can look at some of those things over a period of time. Things that you don't need to do today, you can do, 5 years down the road, as long as you do them in the priority of what is necessary, that you're not putting in something that you have to dig back up to put something else in. So it's very important to me that we plan whatever we do in a fundamental process, so that we start with what is appropriate for what the park most needs, and it is something that we won't have to repair, replace. Little modifications are always part of any ongoing project in life, but you don't want to do a great deal of that.
All right.
Want to have any questions?
Any questions for Ed? All right, thank you. Next we have John Stucia. And what about Susan Smith?
Hi, my name is Susan Smith, and I am a Flagler Beach resident since 2022. I want to say I'm very excited that we have so many people applying to be on the Parks Committee. That's so encouraging for our city, and great so far. Great people that are applying. My background is in marketing and fundraising, lots of planning, execution of projects. I did work with the Centennial Committee last year. Planned the event that was in November at the hotel for our gala. I'm looking forward to any opportunity I have to be involved with Flagler Beach. I love it here so much and would love to help out in any way. Thank you.
All right. Any questions for Susan? All right, thank you. All right, so what we're going to do is, commissioners, if you can, if you can number them, 1 being the top score all the way down to 8. And Penny, this is for 4 different seats, correct? All right, and if y'all can just give everybody a moment to tally those up, what we'll do is we'll move on to another agenda item, and then we'll circle back and we'll let everybody know how the rankings went. All right, so item C has been pulled and item D has been pulled. We'll move on to city manager evaluation. And who wants to kick this one off? City manager? This one's kind of self-explanatory.
As indicated in my contract, I am scheduled for an annual evaluation in August or as soon as possible thereafter. You have all submitted your evaluations and look forward to any comments that you have to share.
All right, any comments or discussion on city manager evaluation? I think everybody's got a copy of them or able to see the scores. In discussion. And it won't be in this meeting, but forthcoming, there's going to need to be discussion about any merit increase, and that will have to get wrapped up before the budget. So I would encourage y'all to put some thought into that. We don't need to discuss it now, or we can. Based off the number rating, I believe the city manager, if you follow the formula that all the department heads would get, it would be 4%, I believe, unless I'm incorrect on that. That would be like what the recommended amount would be based off his evaluation. But we can discuss it now, or we can wait till we're further in the budget process. You have a preference on it? What's that?
I think it would be more appropriate during the budget
Okay.
time frame.
When we get further in the budget?
Yeah.
Okay with it? Gotcha. Salary study or the spreadsheet?
On the date, we present to the city commission typically the last public hearing date. We present an entire listing of city salaries for every single employee. So it could be included as we did last year. There will be no entry for my salary, so that'll be inserted at your discretion when we present that to you on September 24th.
Yeah, everybody's okay with discussing it then? All right, so consensus to discuss it on the 24th. All right, we'll do that.
Another thing, Mr. Chairman, I know some of you did list some goals or observations. What I'd like to do is, if you would look at those goals, those of you that didn't prepare them, what I'd like to do is find a way to codify the goals, have the six of you codify the goals, put them in a resolution so that they can be held, or I can be held accountable for those goals next year. So I know that Commissioner Santori and I think Commissioner Sherman had some goals that they'd like to see, so I'd like to work closer not only with them, but all of you to say, what are some goals? What are the metrics for measuring them? So that way there's something a little more objective upon which to base the evaluation.
All right,
That'll come before you in the next couple months.
So are we good with a consensus on city manager goals being an agenda item?
Yes.
All right, so you can get that scheduled. All right, further discussion on city manager evaluation. All right, we'll move on to resolution 2026-58. Drew?
Resolution 2026-58, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, authorizing award of work to Gravity Services, Inc. for hydrant replacement and installation of an 8-inch line stop valve, approving a project budget of $56,597.25, providing funding, implementation, conflict, and an effective date.
All right, city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Freeman is here to outline the process, procurement process, and the necessity of work desired or necessary for this project.
All right, city engineer.
Good evening. So a little over a year ago, it was brought to our attention by a former fire chief that there was an alarm at the hotel, at the new Compass Hotel. And they went out there to try to see if they could get their hoses on the connection at the fire hydrant, and they indicated that it's too low. It's too close to the concrete that was just poured. There's a new sidewalk that was poured out there. So it was too low, and so they asked us to see if we could do something about getting it changed out, raised. And so we reached out to some vendors, and 3 of the vendors that we reached out to, I do have a tabulation. So of the vendors we reached out to, one of them was R&M Solutions. Now, R&M Solutions basically just said, well, you know, we could put an extension and raise the fire hydrant up approximately 18 inches, and they gave us a price for that. And what they gave us basically left everything up to the city, verifying whether or not you could turn the water off, verifying everything. You know, they didn't include any earthwork or anything beyond just raising it up 18 inches. So we looked at that, and we know that there's a lot more to do out there, because there was one other thing that we have to deal with, and I'll get to that in a second. So we reached out to U.S. Water Services Corporation. They gave us a little bit more information. And, you know, they basically said, we're going to install a 6-inch isolation valve where the hydrant is. We're going to move the hydrant over and extend it up. And they basically said it's only possible with a shutdown of water along South Daytona Boulevard between 100 and South 3rd Street. Well, we know that we can't do that. We cannot turn the water off. So the next person came in, and that was Gravity Services. So Gravity Services actually went on site. They met with Public Works staff, and they looked at the situation, and they realized, well, first of all, we can't turn the water off. We don't have any valves that are in the area to turn that water off. And they said, look, we're either going to have to try to do this in the middle of the night, and we would have to shut off one valve that we know works. That's a 16-inch valve near the west end of the bridge at Moody Boulevard, and we'd have to shut off the entire island. And even that, you know, it's being backfed by the tank that we have on the south end of town, as well as the tank that we have right here on South Flagler. So we just don't have a way of isolating that particular pipe. So we knew it would be difficult. So he came back in and said, well, look, really the best thing to do is we're going to have to install a stop valve, an 8-inch stop valve on that line that runs north and south on Daytona. And then we can, once we do that, all the work associated with that, all the repair work, demolition and repair work to the asphalt, we're going to install a new fire hydrant at the proper height. And in addition, around that same time, we had a 2-inch valve on South 3rd Street, or I'm sorry, South 2nd Street that it broke. It was stuck in the closed position. And so what we ended up having to do was to bypass that valve. We basically tapped into the 2-inch line that runs east and west on South 2nd Street, and we tied it into the 8-inch. We just put a saddle valve into the 8-inch, 2 1-inch saddle valves into the 8-inch line that runs north and south on South Daytona. And we just bypassed the valve. So it's sitting there basically with a Band-Aid on it right now. So we offered to also replace that because we knew that was something else that needed to be done. And the reason that we asked him to provide us that cost was because he's the only one that actually talked with us, was willing to work with us and try to figure out a solution rather than just throw out a number. So he came up with a total price of $56,597.25. So we are asking you to allow us to move forward in replacing both the fire hydrant and the 2-inch valve on South 2nd and Daytona.
All right. Before we get into discussion, questions for the city engineer while he's up here. Commissioner Sherman.
So you got, I'm going to ask you this now because we've had disasters over here. Have you guys got all the water, all the pipes located?
Yes.
And how long are we going to have the road shut down for?
We haven't determined what time frame it would take to do this, but it's something that probably will take a matter of 2 weeks to 3 weeks, something like that. It shouldn't be a very long process to get this replaced.
Can we get something
closed for 2 to 3 weeks?
Not necessarily closed, but they're going to have maintenance of traffic. That's the other thing they have. They're going to include maintenance of traffic. So we know that at least 2nd Street, right there at the intersection, that's going to be closed for a period of time, and we'll probably have one of the lanes on Daytona closed, and we'll reroute traffic around that.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Other questions for the city engineer while he's up here? Mr. Cunningham.
These are all, I'm a detail guy, these are all lump sum prices, and I don't see anything else in here from the other contractor you say were unreasonably low. That information's not in here. It's just one lump sum price from this one company.
Correct.
US Water does work already around here, so
That's correct.
they're fully aware of what's going on.
Yet they didn't give us a full price. And we have other projects to work on with them. As a matter of fact, we have one where, on another agenda item tonight, we have a change order of $34,000, $304.92 to install a 6-inch stop valve. So they're going to have to at least do that, not to mention some of the additional demolition work and repair work to the asphalt and the concrete. So, and that's just for one stop valve. We still have to replace the 2-inch valve that's on the southeast corner of that intersection.
My issue is a lump sum, not breaking it down, line item unit pricing, and also not being able to see what the other contractors submitted that you're determining is unreasonably low. How are we supposed to know that?
I provided a response, I believe it was yesterday, to the city manager, and I know he distributed that to, it was a question that was asked by Commissioner Santori, and I know he received a copy of that.
A copy of what?
Of the actual bids from each of the different companies.
That was distributed out? By who?
I sent that to the city manager and Commissioner Santori. He asked a question.
Wouldn't it have been a good thing to provide that with this agenda?
If you'd like to see a copy, I can provide you one right now.
I think this has come up in the past where we've asked for line item unit pricing, and so we could have a comparison of the different companies. This is solely based on your decision of unreasonably low and not reflective of the required work. That doesn't do it for me. But yes, I would like copies of them. And also in the future.
All right. Other questions for city engineer while he's up?
Is the fire hydrant that's there currently functional or no?
It is functional.
Yeah.
Other than the fact that it's so low that they can't get their hoses on the connection.
Okay. And where's the nearest
That's
hydrant?
not functional though.
Well, I mean, we could turn it. In other words, if we opened it up, we could get water to flow out of it from that standpoint. It's not usable, but it is functional.
And where's the nearest hydrant that's functional from that one?
I know there's one at the northeast, at Moody Boulevard and Central. There is one there. I can pull up a map real fast.
While you're pulling that up, I guess just from a layman's point of view, so this was low during the construction of the hotel or something, and they just kind of filled around it, or how? This is new construction, right?
The fire hydrant was an existing fire hydrant. It was discovered that because there was a call to fire services to come out to the hotel, there was an alarm. That's when they discovered that the height of everything around it was made it unusable. And there was new work done around it. There was new sidewalks, and some landscaping around it. So it is something that, it was nothing, they did not catch that during the construction of the hotel as far as, whether or not it needed to be elevated or it wasn't part of the design or anything like that.
That's kind of where I'm going with it. If you're building something and you're elevating all around a fire hydrant, aren't you responsible for getting an extension put on that as the person doing the new construction?
I would say yes.
So I would say that Compass needs to still pay for that. Is that not correct, Drew?
Everything's been passed already. I mean, it's already been approved, finalized, so whether or not you could go back to Compass so that you need to fix that, then
You can discuss it with them, but to that point, you approved the site plan as it was.
But approving a site plan and
And I understand, I'm just saying, there may be hurdles to that this late in the game.
There's a final inspection also that's supposed to be done.
correct.
To catch stuff like that.
So it
By
was
the city,
inspected,
or
we
we have-
approved it. Therefore, I think it sounds like we're stuck, which I can't,
Yeah,
it's
the
wrong.
final review and site plan, the C of O would have been issued by the building official.
you were waiting on a question, right?
I can't pull up the map, by the way. But I know there's one at the corner of Moody and Central.
Right, so we have a hydrant that's non-functional, and then we're also unable to maintain or service it because we can't turn off the water to it without shutting off water to the entire island. And that's where my concern lies, and that's why I'd like to approve it. Now, granted, if there's some more documentation that y'all want to see first, I'm sure going another month isn't going to hurt anything, but unfortunately, it seems like, something we have to take care of.
Can we put a shut-off somewhere in that, for lack of a better term, like quadrant of water that is not going to involve tearing that particular street area up for 2 to 3 weeks?
So where the line is under the asphalt, so there's really no other way of getting to it without tearing up the asphalt.
How do we not tear this up for 2 to 3 weeks? This doesn't seem, again, I'm not an engineer, but this doesn't seem like a 2 to 3 week project.
And it may not be, but I don't want to tell you it's going to be shorter than that, and then it's not.
'Cause we have absolutely beat these businesses into the ground with this kind of stuff.
We lived that on Central, and it ended up being 3-4 months when it was supposed to be 2 to 3 weeks. I'm really, as a business on Daytona, not thrilled with having to shut down Daytona, and I know there isn't, on Second, there is no other feeder that could be worked.
No, there's none.
Commissioner Sherman.
City Attorney, what would we do, what can we do to enforce or breach of contract if they're not able to get that done in the scope of work? Is there anything we can put some teeth into this contract at all?
Delay damages in your contract, liquidated damages in your contract would cover you on delay.
But okay. All right, thank you.
So there's a time frame set? That
Not
we
in
could
this given
include, we
contract.
could include liquidated damages past that?
City Manager.
Again, I haven't worked directly with them, especially, I think there's a difference between the contractor that we used last year on Central and Gravity Services. We've dealt with Gravity Services before. I think we have a good working relationship with him. And I think that if we emphasize that you need this to be an expedited project, especially because of the lack of access to Second Street, I think he'll be aware of that. But I think we will pass a message on that. Yeah, you need to put the pedal to the metal. This needs to be done with the utmost urgency. And I think that we've dealt with this company before. They were very helpful on some of the other projects, so I think that he would be open to that discussion.
I would like to see that verbiage added to the contract. We need some sort of recourse or some urgency to be sure they understand. Verbal is one thing, but without it being written into the contract, I'm really leery. And they might be a great company, fantastic. I'm glad it's not who we used before, but I'd rather see it in the contract.
Right. And I'm kind of, I was thinking almost the exact same thing Mayor was, but even almost a step further to bring this back with, talk to Gravity Services and actually outline in the contract any road closures that are going to need to happen. The reason why is I think all of us have a little bit of PTSD over this particular area and shutdowns. And I think that just for clarity, so everybody knows what we're looking at and what exactly will need shut down, if there's a way to tighten the contract up and say, this road will need shut down for, say, 72 hours, and this road will need shut down for X amount of time to complete whatever this work is. Even if that means, throwing down some rock just to have the road still open, and then, follow that back with throwing some asphalt down, or just, anything to tighten that up. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, and I can talk with Mr. Freeman and Gravity Services. Maybe you have the excavation pit, you cover it with the steel plates or things like that. But yeah, we'll explore all those to ensure that the road closure is minimized to the best extent possible.
Well, to add one other thing, I agree that this fire hydrant, albeit functional, needs to be operational sooner than later. Because if we're sitting with that entire area not able to be used by our fire department, should anything happen, that needs to be taken care of sooner than later, in my opinion. Kind of scary.
Yeah, and the city attorney, even though it got inspected, there is no recourse. My understanding is even if you get an inspection, if there's still an issue that just didn't get caught.
Unless it's negligence, there's not a cause of action, because we don't have cause of action. Breach of contract, you have cause of action, negligence, but if the city approved everything that they did, you have neither of those.
Commissioner Santori.
City engineer, I see in the picture that you sent, it looks like there's a lot of mulch there.
Yes.
Does by digging that out and maybe putting something around it, like cones so people don't fall into it, help, or is it just that the sidewalk corner is too close to it?
So the sidewalk corner was too close to it. They couldn't actually get their hoses in there to hook it up.
All right. So, plan of action, it sounds like we kind of have, I'm hearing a consensus this needs to come back a little bit tightened up. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Okay. And preferably with the detailed bids. Am I saying that right, Commissioner Cunningham?
Yeah, line item unit pricing instead of lump sum, liquidated damages. You can't put all this off on the building official COing it because they don't inspect fire hydrants. They inspect vertical. There had to have been either a CEI that was doing the inspections during construction.
There was.
And whoever that was should have caught that if they're any kind of a CEI.
What is that you're referring to?
Construction engineering inspector.
Okay, so that's a third party? Is that what that is?
Sometimes.
Yes.
Sometimes it's in-house. Sometimes
Okay.
it's not.
Just so we know, for this scenario, that was a third party
Yes.
inspector? Okay.
Are we still working with that particular CEI?
No.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So I'm hearing, city attorney, is this going to need we still need to do a motion to table or no, or just no action taken?
There's no notice, it's just regular agenda notice, so you're welcome to table it, but you do not have to do a motion to table, you can just have staff bring it back when it's ready to come.
Okay, so we'll just do no action taken. Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, since we are not taking action, we don't need to do public comment on this particular item because it will be coming back. All right, everybody good with that? And you don't need a consensus, we're just not doing any action, right? Okay. All right, let's go to our scoring sheet for, oh, and thank you, Bill, for that item. And so, Parks Committee, I got the scoring sheet here. So we have 4 seats available, and we had 8 applicants. So the 3 people who will be covering the terms that run August 29th, 26th to December 31st, 28, the names are Michael Hands. Okay, did I say it right? All right. Ed Lansdowne and Susan Smith for the term to complete the term for August 29th of 27, Ann Green. So, congratulations to all, and this will be the highest paying gig you've ever had. And to anybody that did not get a seat or anybody interested in seats, this is what the city needs. The city needs engaged citizens that are going to participate and have input other than on Facebook. And in the committees is where it happens, and those recommendations come forward. So please, please, by all means, apply again, and we appreciate it, and congrats to all the folks that are going to be doing this. So thank you. All right. Give that to Penny.
Mr. Chairman, and one last note, the one that did not reapply was Mr. Tim Davis, and he was actually a holdover from our original ad hoc Parks Committee. So Mr. Davis dedicated his time not only for this the new Parks Committee, but he's been on it for several years before. So I'd like to just officially thank him for his service as well.
Yes, definitely. That's quite a while. All right, move on to item G. Resolution 2026-59. Drew?
Resolution 2026-59, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, accepting the proposal from Mead & Hunt, Inc. for engineering services related to the rehabilitation of lift stations number 1, number 7, and number 8, authorizing execution of the task order in an amount not to exceed $79,868, providing for funding, implementation, conflict, and an effective date.
All right. City manager, is this city engineer, or you want to intro?
Yes, sir. No, city engineer can handle it.
All right, city engineer, go ahead.
All right, so 3 of our lift stations, one of them is located at 246 Ocean Palm Drive, the other one is at 17 Oak Lane, and the third one is at 1727 Windsong Circle, are in need of rehabilitation. And so we've asked Mead & Hunt to help us put together the bid package, provide project management, and solicit all the bids and put everything in line item form so that we will get apples to apples bids, and then they'll help us manage the project.
All right, questions for city engineer, Commissioner Sherman?
I asked the same question to the city manager on Monday. What would the difference be? I see we're spending all this money to have Mead & Hunt come out, do a study, and this is just a study, right? There's not any, construction phase or anything like that. What would it cost us to go ahead and move forward and just replace these? What's the lifespan with, continually just making improvements on these lift stations instead of just replacing them completely? What would the cost benefit be? And, what's the life expectancy after we do these changes?
So a lot of these lift stations, your pumps, they vary in their life expectancy. You can expect 20 years at best on a lot of your pumps. And many of these pumps are close to that age. As for the rest of the lift stations, it's not necessarily that they're while they are aging and need repair. There's some other things with them that we want to do. It's just part of resiliency. They are prone to flooding. Some of them, like the one on Ocean Palm, is prone to flooding, and that one we would like to raise electrical panel as well as some other improvements to the lift station itself. And so by lining them, when you line the inside of the wet wells, some of those things, they have a 20-year 20-year guarantee. However, they can last longer than that by doing some of this work. So, I mean, we're looking at least a good 20 to 30 years by doing the rehabilitation work that we're seeking on these lift stations.
Commissioner, oh, did you have a question? Yeah. Okay, go ahead. With all the lift station and pump station rehabs going on, we don't already have a set of engineered plans that is standard. And we also have our own in-house project manager. We're gonna pay the engineer to do it. And you're an engineer, is this something you can't engineer?
It's something that could be done in-house. However, with a lot of other projects that we've got going on, it's going to be kind of a big stretch to actually dedicate the kind of time that's needed to put these packages together and to actually oversee the projects. So that's one of the reasons we seek some assistance from Mead Hunt.
What's being done on the current lift station rehabs? How's that all working? Where's the engineering and details and all that?
So on those, we put a scope together, and there was a plan that was put out by Mead Hunt on those lift stations. There's 4 lift stations. Mead Hunt put the plans together, and so what we did is we did some value engineering because we exceeded what our budget was. So we did some value engineering, and they've been part of our value engineering. They've done all the inspections and project management on those 4 lift stations.
Well, so we're not doing even the project management in-house then? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And that project, by the way, happens to be, it's grant, there's a reimbursement from a grant that we're getting.
Well, I'm all about grants, but I'm all about trying to do as much as we can in-house too. I think some of these have already been engineered by CPH. Have you looked?
One of them has been, the one at South, or at Ocean Palm Drive.
Yeah. So we're going to re-engineer it?
They're not going to re-engineer it. They're basically just going to put the bid package with what was engineered. And the Oak Lane doesn't have anything, and neither does 1727 Windsong Circle.
I know those are above ground.
Right, and we want to change those out to submersible.
So when they gave their proposal, did they back the Ocean Palm one out? Because CPH already had a set of engineered drawings?
They don't have it broken out where it's a certain price per lift station.
Just seems like a waste to me when we can do it in-house. Especially with all the stuff we already have that we're using on rehabbing all the other ones that are going on. And we bring on more and more city employees, but we keep subbing more and more stuff out, farming it out to contractors. None of the big stuff city can't do in-house. I think both of y'all told me nobody in the city could even change a bolt on a fire hydrant one meeting. That's all I got.
Okay. Any other questions for city engineer or discussion? Commissioner Santori.
I mean, we'll just take the Ocean Palm one for example, but the resiliency project, I mean, can you explain like what exactly that'll entail and how that'll make it better for that area?
So one of the things is lifting up the actual panel, the control panel. So right now, the panel is pretty low to the ground, and so we want to make sure that we have plenty of freeboard above the base flood elevation so that we don't get any water in it. One of the other things was to put a concrete pad for a generator, so you could roll up a generator, hook it up to the control panel, and of course add a ring to the top of the lift station itself to at least raise it up just a little, so you can get it a little bit more protection from the floods that happen in that area.
No questions. Commissioner Spiley.
Yeah, following up on Commissioner Cunningham's point about this being done in-house, I'm just curious, is this the kind of project that can be done in-house? Is there precedent for this type of project being done in-house? And the last part of that is there, with everything else, all other activities engineering is involved in, is there a time, well, what would the time delay if this were to be done in-house be versus if it were contracted out? Thank you.
So it could be done in-house, and I think it's a decision that the commission would have to take. I mean, if you want to have it done in-house, then we can do that. I have no objection to that.
Would there,
but as far as what time it would take, yes. I mean, it might take maybe an additional 30 to 60 days.
Thank you.
All right, further discussion. Course of action, if any. If there is, I'd look for a motion. No action?
I'll make a motion to bring it in-house.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for doing the engineering in-house. Discussion on that. So, I guess, city attorney, if we're making a large change like that, that would completely change this item, right?
But the resolution is for the approval of the contract, so you would not do that motion by resolution. So you could do that motion separately from the resolution that's in front of you tonight. You do not need to do a resolution for that motion.
Got it, for having it done in-house?
That's more of a change of course. You're not approving here, the resolution is for the approval of the contract, which you would not be using that
right.
If you move it in-house.
Okay, so if we are doing that, then this would be a no action taken on this item. Because that would be, we're not moving.
Then you can consider the motion is what I'm telling you.
Right.
So you would not be taking the action that's been put in front of you, you'd be taking a different action, but it still relates, so you can handle that motion tonight.
That works. All right.
I'll make a recommendation too, just to add on, consider watertight lids on top of the wet wells. Then you won't have to raise them.
Did you want to amend your motion to include that? Or do you is that just as a call out?
Well, it's a call out. I mean, it's a lot less expensive to put a watertight lid on it than it is to raise them up.
Okay. So we won't make any changes to the motion then. All right, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion before I open this up to public comment. All right, open this up to public comment. Any members wish to speak on this agenda item?
Mark Emble, Flagler Beach. I just want to thank you all very much for being considerate of the tax dollars being spent. When I see this stuff as just Joe, taxpayer, there's two sides. There's these guys that work for the city, and I've worked for cities before too. It's like a pot of gold of tax money that just is never ending, flowing, coming on in, and we need to spend it. And then there's you guys that have to, decide whether that's appropriate or not. When I see this, I'm like, why are they not just doing this in-house? I mean, so what? The fire department can't put the hydrant on because of the sidewalk? Why the fire truck can go on a sidewalk? I mean, I don't know, I just am out here listening, and I really appreciate that there's people up here that are as smart or smarter than the people running the city. I make a motion, we vote for John Cunningham for the engineer of the city. And I'm thankful, and I hope you all listen to the expertise that you all each have and bring to this table. I really appreciate it. And I just don't understand why a lot of this stuff, I mean, look at this, 80 grand. $80,000. $57,000. It's not just pay going out there. You know, everybody's getting raises, more trucks driving around. I see more city workers. I just don't understand it. You know, this guy comes up here every single time I'm in here, and he does not seem prepared. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of pressure between, you know, there's a lot of corruption going on in the world, and I'm pretty sure there's some corruption going on in our lovely little town here. I'm not sure. I have no idea. It's just an opinion. But I'm pretty sure these guys get pressured a lot by the developers and all the companies. And I just want to appreciate you guys and what you do. I really appreciate the expertise. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment on this agenda item? All right, seeing no one will close public comment. Further discussion? Commissioner Santori.
Yeah, I just wanted to address the fire hydrant issue. It wasn't that getting access to it was from the driving on the sidewalk. It was more being the hydrants here and like below where the sidewalk level is. There's no way to hook up the hose without, you know, damaging the sidewalk. You'd have to cut away the sidewalk. That's all.
All right, further discussion? Penny, I'll look for motion. Oh, did you have something? Go ahead. You're so quiet, I can't.
Well, we also have a motion in a second too, by the way.
Yes.
So I heard what I needed to hear from the city engineer about the concern that Commissioner Cunningham raised about it being in-house. And we heard him say he has the capability to do it, and it would not be a big imposition of time, 30 to 60 days delay, maybe. And I think when I think about that, combined with what we heard a little earlier from our tax collector about how, if this amendment passes in November, how we're going to have to be looking at ways to, you know, adjust our budget downward, then I think that's the mindset that we need to lock into. And to me, this is a perfect example. It can be done in-house. There's the capability to do it in-house by the man who would be doing it. So I think that is very supportive of the motion. Thank you.
All right, any other discussion before we call the roll? All right, Penny, if you call the roll, please. Correct.
Yes, the motion?
Yes, the motion.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, the motion. Motion passes unanimous. Move on to item H, resolution 2026-63.
Resolution 2026-63, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, authorizing submission of an application to the United States Department of Agriculture, USDA, Rural Development Community Facilities Disaster Assistance Program for funding to acquire critical utility equipment, providing for funding, implementation, and an effective date.
All right, city engineer, I saw you get up.
All right, so we're seeking some grants in order to purchase some bypass pumps, as well as a crawler camera unit, and also a new service vehicle. And the total amount for all those comes to $343,672. So we just ask permission to go ahead and apply for the grant.
Questions for the city engineer on this item?
Is this 100% match or 50/50 or what is it?
This is 100%, so nothing comes out of pocket for the city.
I was looking at the prices that you had on here for the bypass pump, almost 82,000. There was only 75,000 put in the budget for a bypass pump, so we wouldn't even been able to buy one out of the budget. We need bypass pumps more than generators all day. but I'm not against trying to get grant money, that's for sure. What's the chances of us not getting the grant money?
There's always a chance we won't get it. But if you don't ask, the answer is always no.
Because whoever approves the grant, they're probably gonna look at what stuff costs too and say they're asking for a lot more than they really need. And just throw it in the trash. That's all I got.
All right. Any questions for city engineer discussion? Commissioner Spiley.
Go ahead.
Commissioner All
Yeah.
right, now it's back to you.
Make a motion to approve resolution 2026-63.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'll open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item?
Back and forth. Denise Strite, Oak Place. My dad, God rest his soul, used to say two things. One of them was, when you find yourself in a hole, put down that shovel and quit digging. And the second one would be that, why get, like this hydrant, who's going to be held responsible for that? What, we've missed the deadline to make them come back and do it right? Who passed it, in other words? Who passed it?
Talking about the last item.
That's the question. Is who passed this, or is it an inspection? And why do they still have their job, or why aren't they being reprimanded for putting an inspection and passing an inspection on some of this stuff that we have to redo it? Because that was the other thing my dad always said. You'll never find time to do it right, but you will always find time to do it over.
All right, thank you. Anyone else for public comment on this agenda item?
I have a question about the grant. Is the grant a reimbursable grant where you have to put the money out first and then they reimburse you once you show the itemized items that were bought with it, or is the money being given first?
All right, we'll get that answer for you. Anyone else for public comment on this agenda item? That was Jackie.
Jacqueline Buckingham.
All right, no one else for public comment? Seeing no one, we'll close public comment, bring it up here for discussion. The first comment was about the hydrant, which was a different agenda item. However, Penny, would you be able to email that to Ms. Straight, whoever was the inspector for that? This third party? Okay. Got it. All right, so is city engineer, that grant, is that a reimbursable grant?
Yes,
Or how is the format?
it's fully reimbursable. So we put the money up front and then we get reimbursed for whatever we spend.
Got it. And this is also, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, city manager, this would be multi-step process. If this grant gets approved, then it would come back for specifics?
Correct.
Right, for the outline of money?
We're just seeking permission to apply for the grant. If we are awarded the grant, accepting the award of the grant will come back before you.
Right. But then we'd have to approve what gets purchased and all that stuff.
Correct.
Okay. Right. So this would be multi-step. This isn't the only time we're going to see it. All right. So we have a motion and a second. We have public comment. Any further discussion? Any, if you call the roll, please.
Yes to the motion.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes to motion?
Yes, the motion. Motion passes unanimous. Resolution 2026-64. Drew.
Resolution 2026-64, a resolution by the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, declaring certain property surplus, providing for conflict.
All right, city manager. Or Penny. Is your mic on? Okay. Is gonna have to talk to the sound person.
with that sitting over there. They had some movement around today with some other hearings. Housekeeping, they need to clean up some of the items that are stored over at the wastewater treatment plant with the construction of the new plant ongoing. There's an old sanitation truck that is a rust bucket. Parts are, we will try to auction it, but if it doesn't get sold, we're asking for permission to scrap it for scrap money. But we will attempt to auction it. The same with the Sea-Doo, and the Polaris is beyond. It's falling apart, so that will just be sent to scrap. That's Exhibit B. We did have police cars on here, but after the budget meeting and your direction to repurpose them throughout other departments, so we took them off, and that's what we'll do.
Take a Sawzall and turn them into pickup trucks with flashing lights.
Now, are these ones that have interior lights, so it's not even a...
No, the lights have been removed, but in all honesty, these are not the vehicles that the city wants. My recommendation would let us to bring these to auction and wait for the next round, which should all be SUVs. Traditionally, the SUVs hold up a lot better. These cars, these three cars that we're trying to get rid of, are going to be money pits.
Ford Taurus?
Yes.
All right. Discussion on this item. Commissioner Santori.
City Manager, can you confirm that the proceeds will be credited back to the funds that they were originally purchased from?
Correct. The sanitation, the truck, if we auction it off, that, and then the 2 recreation, that's general fund.
Further discussion on this item.
And all these items have been fully depreciated, right? What I'm reading. None of it could be used for parks or anything else. Yeah, get rid of it.
I'll look for motion.
Motion to approve resolution 2026-64.
I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'll open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Further discussion? And if you call roll, please.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Yes.
Commissioner Santori?
Yes to motion?
Commissioner Spradley?
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Chair Cooley?
Yes, the motion. Motion passes unanimous. Resolution 2026-66, Drew.
Resolution 2026-66, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, approving change order number 2 for fire hydrant work at Sunset Coast to be performed with U.S. Water Services Corporation, approving a project budget in the amount of $34,304.92, subject to credit adjustments, providing for funding, implementation, and an effective date.
All right. City engineer.
All right, so this is a fire hydrant out on Sunset Cove. So when we went out there and looked at it, there is a valve right in front of the fire hydrant. However, when we cranked on it and shut it off, there was no water coming out of the fire hydrant. However, once we started to uncover the piping underneath, it turned out that that valve did not actually go to that fire hydrant. The fire hydrant is directly piped into the water main on South Central. So there is no way to shut off that hydrant and replace it. Therefore, we have a change order for $34,304.92. So if we want to replace that hydrant, this is what the change order is for.
All right. Discussion.
What was change order 1? And how much was it?
I don't have it in front of me. I'll have to get back with you on that.
I believe that was for asphalt work, wasn't it, Mr. Freeman, along South Central? And I'm just pulling from memory on that as well.
And that was a different project than the
Okay.
fire hydrant. I believe it was for a different fire hydrant. They gave us a change order for a different fire hydrant, not for this one. They gave us a price to do, I think it was, 4 fire hydrants, and so there was a change order on one of the other ones. So this is number 2 of those 4 fire hydrants.
I just am not a fan of change orders. Having a contractor's background, you start getting change orders because the contractor underbid and they're losing money. They're trying to make up for it for the job they bid on prior, well, where they lost money and they're trying to make up for it. That's what's going on in contractors' minds.
Order number 1, is this project 623 still?
The 623 was the galvanized line replacement on 13th, 14th, and 15th Street.
So this item is to just make the hydrant isolated so you don't have to turn like the whole run off?
Well, in order to replace it, you have to shut off the water. And so that's what they're doing here. They're going to shut off the water. It also did not have any restrained joints. It had it basically just had a large lump of concrete poured around the bottom of it to keep it in place. So that would have been the one on Lambert Avenue, fire hydrant on Lambert Avenue. Okay, yeah, that was a different fire hydrant.
$4,432 for the hydrant, 300 Lambert, and $5,785 for a hydrant. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to read through.
This one is 300 Lambert.
While Penny's looking that up, is there any other questions for the city engineer, Commissioner Santori?
Yeah, city engineer. So I'm trying to tie this to the other project. But did U.S. Water come to the site when they gave us the quote? Because in the last quote, it seemed like Gravity was the only company that actually came on site, and they were the one to identify that we needed the extra valves. And that's why I'm asking.
They did come to the site on this one. So what happened in this one, it was an unforeseen situation. So what appeared to be a valve going to the hydrant, for all intents and purposes, it looked like it was a valve. It was right next to the hydrant, and it appeared to be a valve going to that hydrant to shut it off. We turned the valve, we opened up the hydrant, and no water came out. So it appeared like everything was working just fine. Later on, when they went to do the work on it and started digging up everything, it was determined that for some reason that valve was actually not to that hydrant. And so they have to insert one in order to make it to be operable.
What's the application of the prior credit for 12.5?
On change order number 1?
They're giving us a credit back for $12,500?
Yes.
How nice. That's unusual.
What other questions we have for city engineer while Penny's looking at? Commissioner Sherman.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask the city engineer, how many more fire hydrants do we have, like, situations like this around the city that are gonna come back to us?
I don't have any that are out for bid right now. But once we do put them out to bid, we probably will run into the same thing. It's an old system. We run into this everywhere throughout the whole city.
You think this should have been a budget item for this past year?
So we had one of our line items in our budget was to replace fire hydrants.
Right, and
So
yes, this is what's coming of it,
Yes.
replacing all these, okay.
Right, you bring up a good point. What's budgeted, you know, if you're expecting X amount of hydrants to get replaced, it's probably not gonna happen. Cause they're gonna have stuff like this come up. Right.
Yes, they're going to be providing us a credit.
Change order number 1 was in the amount of $10,217.89. I mean, I'm glancing at this quickly, but it appears that the credit is back for that.
Correct. So at first glance, change order 1 was not actually a change order. It was. Right. All right, further discussion?
I know when we put stuff out to bid, it goes on Demand Star, but the city also has a bidding where you can see bids. Is everything that goes out to bid on Demand Star also on the city's website? So I'm signing up for the alerts, but I don't get them.
I just loaded them up today and they'll drop 6 a.m. Are you signed up specifically for bid notification?
Yeah, for all bids, yeah.
Because I set it up where it sends out notification.
I've gotten some, but I don't get all of them for some reason. And I'm not on Demand Star. But everything that goes on Demand Star is also on the city's website for bids. Okay.
It's difficult for me to track who downloads it from the website, whereas Demand Star, I have a record. I know who's looked at, I know who's looked at.
Yeah, I can understand. There's a lot of bidding companies out there. Dozens. But I was just curious if it also goes on the city's bid. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right, further discussion? Anyone want to do a motion on this one? Action needed?
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2026-66.
I second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'll open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item?
I just want to say, I know it's frustrating for these things to come up and for us to have to spend the money on them, but.
Can you just state your name for the record?
Oh, sorry, Susan Smith. But, just think if you're that family that lives on that street, if you had a fire. So, I mean, it's just something we have to do and want to have the best way possible to take care of our community. So, thank you for approving if you do.
And thank you. Anyone else for public comment on this agenda item?
Edward Lansdowne. I don't know if it's possible, but I think it might be worth thinking about if there's any way of evaluating our fire hydrants to see if they are on independent valves. So when the commission is setting up a budget to replace hydrants, you would have a better idea if you could do 6 or if you only can do 2, because you have to deal with these problems that the city engineers coming up with. So I don't know if we can look at these valves, hydrants rather, and evaluate them that way without going into actually trying to replace them. And I don't know if that's possible.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment on this agenda item? All right, seeing no, we'll close public comment. Bring it back up here for discussion. I can tell you, I share Ed's frustration, because every time fire hydrants comes up, and you know this, you've been here a little while, is there's always something new that comes up with these hydrants where we have to go in and they end up being way more than what we thought. And then we go back and we do another phase of this, and then it's something new again that needs to be done. And we've been battling this for well over a decade. This has been going on. And I guess city manager, you know, that just a possible thing to look at is there a way to get a determination on all, like, just survey these hydrants? I could have swore we've surveyed these before. We keep doing different things to these hydrants and new stuff keeps coming up.
And a lot of this, as was mentioned, it's an old system, it's all underground, so you don't discover these. I mean, if you want us, is it practical for us to go around and dig up around every hydrant? We budget a certain amount of money every year in the budget for hydrant repairs, and we stay within that budget. And as you indicated, sometimes we might be able to get 6 hydrants done, other times because of unforeseen circumstances, maybe we only get 4 or 5. But there is an allocation for fire hydrants, and it is an old system without good records.
What records do we have? And yeah, you can go out and dig every one of them up to see what's there, if there needs to be a valve or not.
All right, so they've already been assessed. We've had a company, R&M Contracting, go out and assess each one of these fire hydrants. And based on their list, they came up with a list of the ones that needed to be repaired. In some cases, they're mistaken on whether or not the valve functions. And we have this on our maps. We have diamond maps, and we also have all of our old plans. So in this particular case, as I mentioned, even us as a city, on this one hydrant, it has a valve right in front of it. We turned the valve off. We opened up the fire hydrant. No water came out. It looked to us like that was correct. Turned out, once we dug it up, it was wrong. We happen to have a lot of old fire hydrants throughout the city that don't have valves. And those are the ones that are in the worst condition, and those are the ones that we're trying to replace right now.
All right, further discussion.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it'd be helpful to see this list in the future. But originally I was asked if there's some kind of map that shows functionable and serviceable, which ones are missing valves, but it sounds like you have a list and the company that did it, so I'd just be curious to see how many are out there.
There was some big survey done, a couple of years ago, and then they went around and bagged a ton of them, and everybody panicked, and, I don't know whatever came of it, but it was some big survey like that. I guess, Penny, if you could just shoot it out to everybody so we can get caught up on that. Or if there's a different study, survey, whatever, any information that might be relevant would probably be good. At least get everybody caught up on that. All right. So we have a motion and a second on this. And any further discussion? Penny, if you call the roll, please.
Yes to motion?
Yes, the motion.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, the motion. Motion passes unanimous. You all holding up okay? Everybody's good? All right, resolution 2026-65. Drew?
Resolution 2026-65, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, approving a task order with Mead and Honey for Phase 1 design services for the additional water main river crossing, subaqueous portion, authorizing a project budget in the amount of $149,554, providing funding, implementation, and an effective date.
All right, city engineer.
All right, so this is for a redundant water line crossing under the intercoastal waterway. We currently have one, and we would like to have another one for redundancy in case something happens to our only single existing underwater crossing. So we have reached out to McKim & Creed, for Mead and Hunt for services, and this is the proposal they've provided to do 60% design with all the investigations such as surveys and so we got surveys, we've got geotech and other data collection that they need to make sure they can get this project taken care of. And the total price comes to $149,554 for a 60% design. This will also get us a rough estimate for this project so that when we finish the project on the next fiscal year, we'll be ready to go. And I do have somebody here from Mead & Hunt to speak to this if you have any questions.
Do we have any questions for the city engineer while he's up? Commissioner Santori.
City engineer, I was curious that, do you foresee any issues with easements getting this additional water line run?
So currently at this location, there's an easement on Lambert Avenue. There's a 5 feet on each side of the property line, so there's a 10-foot easement. So what we propose to do is do directional boring underneath the intercoastal. If we need to get additional temporary easements, we will at that location. On the other side, where it approaches North 10th Street, most of the property that's on the south side of that road is owned by the Catholic Church, and we will reach out to them to see if we can get easements as needed during construction. However, during the design phase, we're going to look to try to do most of everything within the right-of-way, but there may be some additional temporary easements needed during construction, and we'll reach out to the church at that point.
All right, any other questions for city engineer?
We definitely need to have a looped potable water system without a doubt. Is there any permitting involved in this 60% phase? That may be for the Mead & Hunt person.
Yeah, I can bring up, I believe David King is here.
If I may, on page 194, Commissioner Cunningham, it says, upon completion of the 60% design, Mead & Hunt will prepare a contract amendment for the completion of the design effort, permitting assistance, and bidding assistance. So that's not included in what you're approving tonight.
Okay.
And so there will be a phase two, because this is getting us up to the 60% design, so we'll still have to go to 90 and then 100.
Did I answer your question?
Yeah.
Commissioner Santori?
So do you think it's reasonable to assume that it'd be another $150K for phase, to get to 90 and then 100%?
I haven't received that proposal yet. I'd have to defer to the engineer.
What say you, engineer?
No, it's not twice as much, no. We actually, in putting the original project budget together, we had, what would it take to do the complete job, and then if we're going to break it up in steps, and with the city's available funding this year, what would that be? No, but as I recall, well, I shouldn't say it out loud, but it was in the 240 range, I think, total for if we went to the complete design and permitting.
Any other questions for the city engineer while he's up here? Further discussion? Look for motion.
Motion to approve resolution 2026-65.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'll open this up for public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? I see no, we'll close public comment. Any other discussion on this? Penny, if you call the roll, please.
Yes to the motion.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes to motion?
Yes to the motion. Motion passes unanimous. Resolution 2026-67. Drew?
Resolution 2026-67, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, authorizing award of work to McMahon Construction Company, Inc. repair of the south clarifier sweep arms at the wastewater treatment facility, approving a project budget of $60,000, providing funding, implementation, and an effective date.
All right, city manager.
And again, this will probably be, city engineer. Basically, the city has two clarifiers at the wastewater treatment plant. One's the north clarifier, one's the south clarifier. The north one has been inoperable due to some blockage, which we're currently working on clearing. But the south one, which has been the more functional one, the sweeper arm on the top broke, and as part of the consent order that we're currently under from the state, it's more or less considered an emergency repair to get this up and operational. And if I missed anything, Mr. Freeman, please fill it in.
Thank you. Yeah, so this is still one of the outstanding items when DEP came to investigate the plant and do their inspection. This is the one item that they dinged us with, is the fact that our sweeper arm on the south clarifier is broken. It broke approximately 5-6 months ago, and we've been trying to figure out, all right, how are we going to fix it? So what happened is the north clarifier, when we tried to switch the to that tank, it turned out there's some blockage in there, and there's some other issues going on. We've drained the tank, we've had it inspected, and we're looking at it to try and figure out how to undo the blockage that's in there, and so we're still working on that right now. But in the meantime, we want to get McMahon on board because they've got to get started on fixing that sweeper arm. And they're not the ones who are doing the work on the north clarifier. However, what they did do is if there's some additional work that they need to do, they did put a contingency of $20,000 just in case we need them to do that work.
All right, questions for our city engineer?
Just to also clarify, McMahon is the company that built the city's screw press, so they're familiar with the site.
The clog on the north clarifier, that's been being looked at since last year. What's the status of that?
So we've had it, we had to have somebody come out there and remove a plate. We had a welder come remove a plate to find out where the clog is at, and then we took some cameras in there, and we've been putting cameras in there from several different directions trying to figure out what the issue was. However, we did it from the clean out outside the tank. So then what we did this last time was we actually went inside the tank, we removed one of the plates, and then we got access to the inside of it from that point. And from there we could actually see a lot of debris in that area.
And cleaned it out?
Yes.
So it's clear now?
We're going to try it next week.
Okay.
Further discussion? I'll look for motion.
Motion to approve Resolution 2026-67.
A second.
We have a motion and a second. I'll open this up for public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Further discussion on this? Penny, if you call the roll, please.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanford?
Yes to motion.
Commissioner Bradley?
Yes to the motion.
Chair Cooley?
Yes to the motion. Motion passes unanimous. I have a request for a quick break. How do y'all feel about that? You want to? Okay, everybody's getting antsy. All right, so let's do. Are y'all okay with resuming at 35?
Yeah.
Okay with that? All right, we'll take a quick break. Thank you. Up with Resolution 2026-70. Drew?
Resolution 2026-70, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, approving a one-year contract with Sidecar Health for health insurance, Guardian for dental insurance, and MetLife for life insurance, providing for conflict and an effective date.
All right, City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is part of the annual health care insurance for city employees. Ms. Mathis and her staff and I met with Representative Brown and Brown, and they gave us a series of options. Those options are included in your packet on page 209 and 210. The increase rate, and we covered some of this in the budget workshops, to maintain the current health care insurance that we currently have. Originally, it was a 37% increase. It eventually was reduced to 34%. Brown and Brown did provide a series of other options, and what I've recommended and built the budget upon is a transition to Sidecar Health. It is a different type of plan. In some ways, it mirrors the school board's effort, which is a network-less plan. Ms. Mathis can get into the details of that, but what is this option represents an 8.5% increase of our health care cost. So with that, Ms. Mathis.
All right.
All right.
HR Director.
Hello. Well, Sidecar is a very different approach to healthcare. It does not work on a traditional network. It's not like our United.
Your mic on? I think is your mic on?
It is. Doesn't work on a traditional network like United or Florida Healthcare. What it does, their approach is you can go to any provider. They are customer service focused. It is kind of they set up between their website and an app where they give you options. In this area, they'll load it in. Any of the doctors for a primary visit, like an annual visit, primary doctors, dermatologists, anything you want to do, you go online and it shows you the options. You're not restricted to go to this doctor because they only take Florida Healthcare or that doctor because they only take United. It is kind of shopping. Then you would lock in on I guess I should backtrack a little. They come up with an analysis of what the average cost for an annual visit, a dermatology visit, any type of specialist visit, and they determine a benefit amount. Every employee is given a debit card, which is preloaded. You would go online and look to see the different doctors. You can go to your same doctor. You're essentially paying the physician. You're paying in full right there at the visit. It eliminates the doctor and the doctor's office from billing a network and going through all of that administration. So you're cutting out all of that. So it's a totally different concept, and it does require you to go on to their app or onto their website to see what's available. Now, once they determine the benefit amount, you might have a doctor that is below that amount. What they would do is they give you the difference, half of that difference back in the credit onto that card. You might have a doctor that is above, so you might be $20, $30. If you choose to go to that doctor, you would pay that as a copay above and beyond. But for all preventative and annual visits and preventative, your mammogram, your colonoscopy, there is always going to be a zero out-of-pocket option for all preventative services. They have a customer service team. For us, they would dedicate 2 reps, a field rep and a customer service manager directly for us. They would be able to come out in person, meet with staff, set up appointments. They do virtual visits. Their customer service team is all based out of the U.S. They are available 7 days a week. They promise that they always have someone
during the hours of Monday through Friday from 8 to 8, Saturday and Sunday from 9 to 5, that will answer the phone and answer any questions. There are different groups of customer service teams. If there is, you can navigate the website or the app on your own. If you're scheduled for a surgery, it would move to a surgery care team. They would work with the member to set up options, go through everything that's required. If someone's diagnosed with cancer, there's a cancer team that handles all of that and managing anything that has to do with that. So they pride themselves on the customer service aspect. There's some different options. There's emergency room visits where you wouldn't have the option of shopping around for emergency room visits. There's a different procedure for that, and you would just show your card, and that would be paid for if it's an emergency. So it's just a different way of approaching healthcare, and it is just making sure everyone is aware, and also goes with prescriptions. They'll outline, you can type in the prescription, and they'll show Walgreens, CVS, Walmart, who has the lowest, and it's just encouraging their members you can go to the lowest, or you can go, if you are set on going to a certain pharmacy and it's more, it would cost, there would be a copay. But that is kind of a quick summary of their approach to healthcare.
All right, questions? Mayor?
You said that the debit card is preloaded. Is there a list of amounts for our area? You said they base it off of our area for doctors, prescriptions, etc., for services. Do we get a copy of that list ahead of time so we know what the pricing is?
Yes. With any procedure, you would go on the app or their website, and once they have it set up for us, you can type in either if you wanted to see all the dermatologists in the area, or did you want to type in a particular doctor, and it would show, is it below the value, their benefit value, is it equal, or is it more? So that would pop up immediately.
Okay. And how do they, the preloaded amount, is that a never-ending debit card? I don't understand where those dollars come from, I guess, is what I'm asking.
They preload it with an amount, and you can use that. If there's a question, you're essentially using that debit card and going, you're going to a dermatologist. It's preloaded for, I want to say, $2,400. I'm not, it's in that area. But if you're going in ahead of time and locking in that I'm going to this doctor for this price.
So we have to kind of pre-referral ourselves through this package before we see a doctor?
You would have to go in, yes.
Okay, so we've got a lot of work up front to do for a doctor's appointment from hearing it.
Well, yes. It's not a lot. You would go in and see the doctors, and then they call it like a rate guarantee. You click on that this is where you want to go.
And all doctors are in there?
All doctors should be in there, except ones that are in like a closed HMO. That wouldn't allow someone to just pay in full, like with cash or something like that.
Is there a list of those doctors available to us ahead of time?
It should be any provider that accepts like cash payments should be there. They said if they're not there, we can always call customer service and find out why they're not there or what the issue is.
So we may or may not get to keep our same doctors.
You should be able to.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, other questions go ahead.
So you guys the staff was on United before, correct?
Yes.
So of those doctors that maybe the staff has established relationships with, how many of those doctors are with this Sidecar Health?
Well, it's not that they take Sidecar Health, it's
Okay.
that an employee would be paying in full with the debit card. So the doctor wouldn't know, it's not billing the insurance company. I know we were able to look at a few of the doctors that just on a webinar off the top. The doctors that we put in and local doctors, and did have a few employees that asked me to check, questions. We were able to see they were all in there, and some were zero copay, some were an additional copay. There were some that fell under that average, and there were credits. I can't tell you 100% that they're all there, but we did check a number of them.
Thank you.
Other questions for Liz?
Yeah, I do.
Mr. Cunningham?
I'm sitting here looking at a petition that 80 city employees signed to not get this sidecar insurance. I didn't even see the sidecar insurance until the agenda packet came out Friday. But I did some research on Sidecar. They've been in business for 8 years. They're privately held. And there's some definitely negative reviews for this company. That could be devastating to a city employee. I mean, if they have to get something done and it's more than what Sidecar is willing to pay. If you get a $150,000 surgery, Sidecar approves 100, the employee's stuck with the 50,000, even after your deductible.
Well, there is a maximum out of pocket, and there is also, if you reach your maximum out of pocket and you have another surgery or something that you need to schedule, if you choose to go, there are options. They will give you options of zero out of pocket, or if you wanted to go to a particular clinic or a place out of state, then there would be a copay, additional copay.
No, I mean something that's life-threatening like a surgery, and you've met your copay. If the surgery costs more than what Sidecar approves, the person getting the surgery is going to be paying the difference.
Well, as I said, you would work with a care consultant, and they would give you options, different options of where to go for the surgery.
It could be an emergency surgery, and you're going to the closest hospital.
All right, if you're going to the emergency room, that's a different story.
Emergency surgery, which you can't get on an app and find a hospital, and you got to go to the closest one.
An emergency, where you're going to the emergency room for an emergency surgery, is a different story. They treat it differently. You're not putting anything out of pocket. You would show an insurance card.
It's just difficult for me because this wasn't even presented to the employees, maybe during a special open enrollment period to explain it, but this is terrible. From everything that I've done my research on. And then I just got this petition that 80 city employees signed to not get it. I mean, employees are used to an insurance company. How many people are on the insurance plan now other than the 80?
97.
So pretty much almost everybody. How much is the city going to save by using this? And how much more would it cost to stick with the same one that we currently have?
I can answer that. Like I said, United Health, that's a 34% increase.
Okay, well, how much is that?
Well, 8% increase was approximately $100,000. So you quadruple that, we're talking $500,000 to keep the plan that we have. Now, there are other options that are indicated in your packet, including 3 other plans from Florida Healthcare. The budget right now is balanced, and it's predicated upon the 8.5% increase for sidecar. You can go to one Florida healthcare plan, an HMO, that is only a 7% increase. There's another Florida healthcare plan that's 17%. So you can save money by going to a different HMO, a traditional employment insurance plan, or if you want to go to a different one that costs more, we'll have to reallocate the funds in the budget. Or you can raise taxes or use reserves.
Mr. Sherman. That's what I was going to ask you. So if your employees want to stay, I'm trying to, this is the first time I've ever seen this many employees at one of our commission meetings, right? And so I'm a little concerned. So I guess my question is, if they want to stay on their current health insurance and this is what's working for them, I know that, we tasked you with some things when we saw these budget line items, but where could you potentially, we need to obviously have a balanced budget. So you mentioned the number of $500,000. Where can we save can you cut $500,000 from this budget to ensure that you have the staff necessary to, operate our city?
We'd either do less projects or we'd have less staff. I mean, this is your decision on how you want to make this. And what would happen is I went through department by department and found out that, let's use the $100,000 number. Let's say you want to go to the 17% plan with Florida Healthcare. That would roughly be an increase in cost, which we'd have to validate and confirm, of roughly $100,000. By checking each department as to what percentage of their budget is allocated to healthcare, their budget would have to be reduced proportionally. So, for example, the City Commission, which if you guys took it, we'd have to reduce your budget by roughly 8.5%. The Police Department, we'd have to reduce their budget by 32%. Or if we're talking $100,000, we'd have to cut $32,000 out of the Police Department budget. Other departments, fire was 16%, and then you get into the utilities, so that's the general fund. Then you get into the utility funds, which they're all about 15 to 20% that we'd have to cut out of those budgets. Or you go to the other Florida healthcare plan and you actually save money, which is, both of them are HMOs. They have different components to it, but the budget is balanced on the 8.5%. And if you want to go to a higher number, you're right. Some budget decisions have to be made.
Okay, so I see, the results of this petition, which is about 80% of the employees say no to the sidecar health option. Have you developed a sense, either of you, do they have a particular favorite amongst the other options, or is it just to remain with exactly the same plan, or is it not any one answer?
Not a single employee has come to me and talked to me about this other than Chief Blanchett. So no, I have no idea all I know is I have to make the hard decisions to balance the budget. And this is with a healthcare proposal that balances the budget. I have no, I get healthcare insurance from the city as well. Do you maybe not want to take the money out of the department budgets and you increase employees' contribution? Do employees now have to pay a portion of their health care? That's an option too. Either we have to decrease the cost or increase the revenue if we want to go to a different plan.
So, all right. So here's what we know. Here's what we don't know. We know that about 80% of the employees prefer not to have sidecar as their health carrier. There are 7 options, 6 other than the one sidecar that's being considered. And what we don't know, or at least I don't know, is which of the other options are the employees more inclined in going with, if there is one. I mean, that's the thing that makes it hard. It's like if we were to say, all right, the city employees don't like this option, then now we have 7 others to look at. I mean,
we actually had more than 7. We were originally presented with 12 to 14 different options, and these are the 7 that we shared with you. But again, there were some proposals that were over a 50% increase. So yes, this is not an easy decision to make, to balance a budget, to move forward with it. And yeah, are there, of the 80 people, do 20 want this plan, 20 want this plan, 20 want this plan? you gotta figure out, and unfortunately, the decision has to be made tonight.
The same deductibles as what we have now are basically option 5 and option 1, or United Healthcare, which is outrageous, the 33% increase, 30.
And I just want to mention with United, there were some different, difference in the coverage from United. They were also cutting out the Mayo Clinic from their network. So along with a 34% increase, Mayo Clinic was cut out of their network. So that was also taken into consideration.
Mr. Santori.
Well, try to hear me out on this. I'm not a healthcare expert, and I tried looking into these plans, you know, with the short amount of time that we had. And from what I've seen with Sidecar, overall, the plan had some similarities as far as coverage goes. And the school system does have a similar type of setup, except they have a dedicated team with their healthcare system that is the liaison, instead of the administrative part being on the burden of the employees here. So we're, just say for example, and correct me if I'm wrong, if one of the employees goes to the doctor and, you know, they have something done at the doctor office and it's $150, they use that Sidecar card because you don't have insurance, you do the cash price. And so then Sidecar comes back and says, no, that's we need proof, we need receipts. So it's a burden on you at that point to upload that information, I believe, to Sidecar. Whereas with the school board or the school system, I think they still have liaisons that will reach out to the doctor office first. And the nice thing about it, because my wife is part of the school system, is she could see any doctor pretty much. I mean, she had a check before the school year started. Hey, are these doctors checked? She has quite a few, and they were. And granted, I don't know the amount they pay. There might be a difference that she has to pay on some of those doctors. Maybe some of those doctors she gets the credit. But my biggest issue with all of this is we should have seen that this was going to be an issue, and we didn't have Brown and Brown to present and to ease the fears and answer questions. Because what I see here is, you know, a bunch of people here that are very concerned about a big change like this.
There.
Are we able to have more than one plan to offer employees? Are we able to have this along with one or two other choices that employees can make, and maybe it's in a partially employee funded? I don't know what that looks like, but are we able to do that?
In general, with Sidecar, no, because Florida Healthcare, from what I understand, is a closed network. So Florida Healthcare, the doctors, in most cases, are paid by Florida Healthcare. So when we transition from Florida Healthcare to United, there may be instances when we switch to United for this year that people could not have kept their same doctor. That's not to say all the time, but there is some doctors, if we have the HMO, what we have done in the past is, yes, there is a tiered system where people can upgrade their plans.
Are we able to offer?
I think what you're asking, could we offer a Sidecar plan and the United plan or a Florida Healthcare?
Like different corporations I've worked for in the past, you had different tiers of insurance. You know, 1, 2, or 3 choices you could make as an employee.
We can do that as long as it's in the same network. Like currently, right now, we have United with 3 different plan types of United.
So we have to be either all Florida Healthcare or United or Sidecar. We can't allow employees to choose.
They won't.
Yeah, the fear is that will push off all the high-risk medical costs to the other guy instead of, you know, Sidecar or United Healthcare. They get the more the high-risk patients. That's why you most of the time you can't have different networks per se. You're either all Florida Healthcare, all United, or all Sidecar.
To follow up on the mayor's question, I'm a bit perplexed with that. You know, I don't understand. I mean, I don't know, maybe it's just the size and scope of the organization we have here in the city, but, you know, in the private sector, my employer, right, I'm given the option. I can either go with Blue Cross Blue Shield or I'd go with Florida Healthcare. So I'm given an option. And, you know, we have open enrollment once a year, and, you know, typically those are our options. So that's why I'm kind of confused.
Florida Healthcare is part of Florida Blue.
Well, okay, well, there's a PPO, and then we have the HMO option, I guess, so, okay.
We had that last year when we had
Okay.
Florida Healthcare. We
Okay.
had a blue plan, we had a
Okay.
PPO, we had an HMO. That was our
Okay.
previous Florida Healthcare plan,
Okay, got
last
it.
year's.
Got it. All right.
We have to make this decision tonight?
If you want to minimize, I mean, there's probably a way you could pass it off, but then we're in the crunch for open enrollment. That's the only thing. But I'm sure if you want to put it off, if you want to survey the employees,
I just don't feel like I have enough. I'm going to be part of this insurance plan, and I don't feel like I have enough information to base a decision on for myself, let alone everybody else. I'm concerned with the amount of detail that we have.
again,
We do a
we
special
can
meeting.
gladly put off the discussion. Well, not necessarily glad, but we can put off the discussion and see what we can do and figure out how to go forward with it and provide all the information to the employees and say, okay, do a survey. And we'll go with a popular choice.
Could we get more information, more details to compare apples to apples with, to make an informed decision for ourselves of what works best for us, enabling us to decide to be able to answer a survey such as that? I don't know if there's a way to have a meeting, not a workshop because we'd have to take action, but some way of presenting all that information to everybody it applies to, including us, even if it doesn't apply, so we can make a better informed decision.
But you have the information in your packet now, which is publicly available, which outlines the co-pays, the deductibles, the maximum out of pocket, the different items. So that's all in your packet.
Would we be open to an option to have a special meeting?
Yeah, I'm not saying you need to make, you've had the, I understand. What I'm saying is, the information is available. We can, email the packet to every employee and say, here you go. You can look it over. If you have questions, you can come and talk to Ms. Mathis or myself.
I know I need to research,
Okay.
are my doctors in each one of these plans, and there's just a lot that goes into it to research what's right for me versus.
And the challenge is I can't make my recommendation on what's best for you.
Hold on a second. All of you are going to get the time to talk. And when you get time to talk, we're not going to be talking over you. We're not going to interject. We're not going to be mumbling below you or anything. We're going to listen to you. So please let us talk, and then we're going to let y'all talk, okay? Sorry.
No, that's the challenge is, like you said, 20 people might like this plan, 20 people might like this plan. It's like, okay, so what if the people that, if you say the employees are now going to contribute an extra $100 a month, well, what about the employees that are like, well, I don't want to contribute, So, unfortunately, that's what I'm tasked to do, is to present to you a healthcare plan with some fiscal responsibility, where at the same time, yes, I'm aware of the fact that there's some online reviews and things like that. Brown & Brown presented it to us as a credible healthcare provider. And the budget is based upon that amount. If we want to change it, that's fine, we can change it.
I want to caution everybody, though. So when we talk about changing the healthcare plans, right, it's not just change it. Like you're talking about, you're grenading the budget, and because we are capped by, we set the trim rate, so that the budget has a cap. It's not just we're gonna pick this one. It's $200,000 more. We're just gonna go with it. You can't. It is capped by trim rate, so it's not as easy as it sounds on the surface. Commissioner Spradley, what did you have?
Well, I mean, it just sounds like to me that what we're screaming for, that we lack, is not the capability to all of us sit down and read all the materials that are there. I think what the answer is that if there were a way, in a perfect world, to have an advocate for one or more of these programs to be available to answer the questions. because I think we can all go back and forth and say what our interpretation of the packet is. But, you know, I know in the past when I worked for a large employer, you know, the employees were, had an opportunity to speak with someone who's advocating a particular plan. And that is the way that I think a lot of people would be satisfied, is to have that opportunity. I don't even know if that's possible, but, you know, again, in a perfect world, if you had two plans that, you know, were the most popular amongst the employees based on their input from what they've read, and you were to have an opportunity for a representative of each of the two companies to be available so the employees could ask the questions, that would be, if it's possible, a lot more productive than us just looking at paper and just.
And I think we can try and work that out. We can reach out to Brown and Brown and say, is there a day or two next week that you can come in, make yourself available for employees and city commissioners to come in and ask questions about Sidecar, United, you know, even ones that we didn't have listed here. We can get the Brown and Brown rep. We can also give you all the other raw data that was provided to us that is significant. But we can reach out to Brown and Brown tomorrow and say, give me a day or two next week. Come and sit here from 8 to 5, and employees can come in and ask questions.
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think we got multiple layers going on here now. So one, how much time do your employees have now to, you know, for open enrollment to make that informed decision? Because I know I asked the city attorney, and I guess you had 3 days before open enrollment opens up. Is that correct?
I think that can be adjusted. That's when it traditionally is.
Okay, so would they be able to be given like a 30-day window, regardless if we need to push things out by a couple days?
I can't answer that.
Okay.
We can find out, though.
Okay, I think that's really important because I think they deserve a decent amount of time to make that informed decision. The second part is, we're talking about this, and I think we really need to, as a board, we really need to understand that if we, you know, of course we want to make sure the employees have good health insurance, but then also we have to remember we have to balance this budget. I'm not going up in the budget, I'll tell you now. So I would like to see, what I think we need on top of that is from you, is a list of things or options we have to shave off the budget to give the employees the opportunity to give them the same level of service we've been giving them. You know, I think, you know, if we would have given them 6 months notice and said, hey, look, due to, you know, reasons from the direction of the city commission, whatever it might have been, we would have been able to, you know, they would have been able to prepare financially for something like this. I think this year we owe it to them to continue the level of service we've been giving them for all these years, right? So with that being said, I would like to see when we come back, if we need to have an emergency meeting or whatever that looks like, to allow them, one, to make that informed decision, and then two, to ensure we balance the budget. So, you know, that's really, I think, really what we need to also just really keep in mind is balancing the budget on top of ensuring the employees have, you know, insurance.
Yeah, and it's not optional. We're capped by trim rate. We set it, and we set it at the same rate it was last year. So it's not that we are choosing not to go up. We're just, you can't legally. Right. We set it on the front side. I'm not hearing action tonight, is what I'm hearing from everybody. Will I be correct in saying that?
Yes.
Okay. But even if we're not taking action, I committed to these folks that they have a chance to talk. Are y'all okay with opening up public comment? Okay. All right, I want to open up public comment on this agenda item. And if you can, just please state your name for the record.
Johnny Bingham. I'm a city employee with the police department. Mayor, as for you were saying, well, your doctors take care of it. When it comes to PCPs, primary care physicians, they have their own in-network for health service.
I'm sorry, Johnny, is your mic on?
Okay, how's that? Yeah, so like I said, for your primary care, like I said, if they're not in their network, odds are you don't get to go back to them. They do outsource to other places and all. Sidecar has a Better Business Bureau rating of 1.7 out of 5. Okay, I personally called Sidecar and gave the customer rep several different scenarios of what it would cost, this and that and stuff like that. She said in our area, primary care physician, they pay $135. That's what they pay. Colonoscopies you were talking about, she said it's $1,600 they pay. Okay. Mayo Clinic charges $9,600 self-pay for a colonoscopy. So then you'd be out of pocket $8,000. That's what you'd be. Or you can find someone that pays their rate, or takes their, accepts their rate, or closer to it, and you pay the difference, or you're flat even. That's the free thing they're talking about when they say you met your out of pocket, which is $2,000. So then you find whatever you need next, they find you someone, hey, they'll take what we pay. So that's how it's free then from then on. But yes, it's a $2,000 maximum out of pocket, which is also the $2,000 deductible. So, and according to the paperwork, it's a $2,000 deductible for ER visits. So you pay the first $2,000 there, and then whatever else is left over. But across the board, you have to, Commissioner, you were talking about the paperwork and stuff. You go to the doctor, you ask for an itemized bill, and then now you have to put it in the app and submit it. So you do the insurance submission to Sidecar is what you do. So and then on their website it says you're supposed to go to the doctor and say, hey, I'm paying cash. Do you give a discount? So that's the shopping part. So you do everything that they traditionally do. And the young lady on the phone was very helpful, and she said, yes, there is some legwork on the member's part. So like I said, if you're a healthy person and you can finagle through all that and stuff, ultimately, yeah, you could end up with money in your pocket at the end of the year. So, but looking at the plans that they've got, the middle Florida healthcare plan, according to my figures, is about $87,000 more than what you're currently going to pay for Sidecar. So where the city manager was saying you could go to each department and have them trim out of theirs, it's like $60, $65 a member per month, and then it breaks it down per year. So other than that, like I said, you got the petition that the city employees, got signed. We only found out about this Monday, that the changes were coming. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment?
Good evening, Commissioner, Mr. Chair. My name is Kyle Totten. I'm a business agent for IUPA. I represent the police officers. And this unit has never given us an issue, and it's always been taken care of primarily by the chiefs of police. I received multiple phone calls on Monday regarding this. I sent you all a letter indicating what the issues that my membership has said to me that they have. They weren't included on any of this. They're very worried that they're going to have issues with getting someone to actually take this insurance. And not everybody's working 9 to 5 or can take a break to go get this stuff done. The easy button to me, what it sounds like, is to research the Florida Healthcare or a similar program. But the Sidecar, it's a lot of unknowns. They didn't have the information in time to even be able to buffer this and plan. I worked for government for 30 years, 40 years. I've always had a chance to buffer that, we're going to change to this, and you can look it up. They've had 5 days, and they're very concerned about this. They go to the hospital with something, and all of a sudden there's $2,000 that they're out of pocket. And, recruitment and retention, healthcare is part of your benefits package. That's what you're recruiting people with. And we're having significant problems in Volusia County with some of my membership and other agencies because they're going, well, this sheriff's office is paying for all our stuff, so we're going to all apply over here. How often, how many of these people can you go through like that? And it's not just the police. We're getting interest now in your civilian workers. How many of them are not going to say, well, I'm going to go work for someplace else? I have better insurance. Because there's a significant number of your older employees that are probably only here for the insurance. So I appreciate your time. I think that, this needs to be put out more and cooperate with your employees. And if it takes them paying some money out of pocket, I am sure that there can be a lower number than taking out, the 32% of the police department's budget, particularly if some of the employees are going to take it on in a payment, $50 a month or whatever you come up with. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment?
We've always been told that city employees are the city's biggest asset. And I completely agree with that statement. We've been told that many, many times. And I can only speak for my department, and the majority of my people want to go with this Florida healthcare option that would cost an additional $100,000. And according to the city manager passing the $32,000 on to me to come up with the money to cut my budget, because the budget is already done. To be honest with you, my budget has been cut extremely hard, to the point where I am drafting a letter to the Commission for Florida Law Enforcement. We're going to have to renounce our accreditation that we worked 2.5 years for because I don't have the money to keep it going. I can't sustain it. I can't do it. So we will, in fact, be the shortest accredited agency in the history of the CFA, which I'm not proud of, but unfortunately, we've got to make this cut. Just tonight alone, we have talked about $56,000 for hydrant line stop valves. We've talked about $149,000 for a water main crossing. We talked about $60,000 for new sweep arms, which I have no idea what these are. $34,000 for hydrant work. $79,000 for lift stations. Now, these sound like very important things. I can't speak to them, but they sound very important infrastructure that we need. So with all those numbers, we're talking about $100,000. That's what we're talking about to fix this deficit. Now, I have been told many, many times, and I owe every city employee an apology, because I have been told many, many times that United Healthcare increase of 34% is my fault. I did something foolish. I went out and I caught the brain cancer. So because of me going through this and then seeing the bills that I racked up, there's this 34% increase. So in essence, it's my fault. For all city employees, I do apologize about that, but you know, God has a different plan for me. Fortunately, I had good health insurance that helped me through this, helped me take care of this. This sidecar, I too made some phone calls, never having heard about this before, and finding out about Monday that this was the direction we were going, and I was greeted with some horrific stories. And just to put it simply, let me ask you all, would you eat at a restaurant with a 1.7 rating? I certainly wouldn't. I wouldn't. So I ask you, I know that the budget's done, I know budgets are tight, but I'm going to ask you all or somebody to look into where can we cut. Is there a special project? And I'll publicly say this. Listen, if I was slated for any type of raise this year, I would gladly give it up to go to this cost for this $100,000. I truly know the value of good health insurance, and people have to have it. And this sidecar is not it. So whatever money's coming to me, and if you make me cut from my budget, we'll have bake sales and sell blood plasma and whatever we got to do to make this happen. But it's going to be tough. So I'm asking, please help us. Help your city employees. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
David Blank, obviously I work for the police department. Not a great public speaker, so don't laugh at me. I'll let you know I'm the one that went around, got the petition from everybody, and I would say 80% of those people said they wanted to go back to Florida healthcare. I've been here for 21 years. We've never had to go through this. Every year or every couple of years we change insurance. Never had an uproar like this. I just ask that you listen to your employees, the people that run the city. A lot of them said the only reason they come to work here is because of benefits. And if you cut the benefits, you're going to cut people's jobs. They're going to leave. And that's it.
All right, thank you.
Hi, Donna Carney. I also work at the police department. I just want to say I have worked here for 25 years and have loved working here, and have always been very grateful for the benefits that we get. And yes, that's what keeps a lot of people here, obviously, for health care, you know, and other things, our vacations, everything is good. It's good benefits. This I've never seen,
And I think you don't understand that we don't see the options for the health care. We found out Monday because Chief happened to call and ask who's going to be our health care. Because we find out after the fact, and then we meet with the insurance people and they tell us what it's all about. Personally, I would have changed to United Healthcare last year because we have an awful problem finding doctors. We had it the last time we had United Healthcare. But you go along with it because you know that's the system, and that's the best you're going to get, and you do it. Florida Healthcare has always been fairly good for us. I mean, it's pretty, you know what you're getting into. You have your deductible, you have your rates put out in front of you. With this, we wouldn't have that, and my concern is like, say you're in a car wreck on the way home, and you're taken to the emergency room and you have to have emergency surgery. That's going to be outrageous, and who's going to pay for it? I don't understand a sidecar, whereas a Florida Healthcare, you would know pretty much up front, you know, what you're going to look into. So I'm just asking you to consider all that. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment?
Hi, my name's Kim, and I don't work for the city. But I have a husband that's thinking about retiring. And do you know that this sidecar is what they call secondary? And when he goes to retire to get his Medicare Part B, this is not recognized as insurance. So he will pay his Part B premium plus a fee because he left without full coverage. Check into it. Because when I called, that's what I was told. This is a secondary, not your first. He retires. We're going to get a penalty because he didn't have insurance for 6 months prior to him retiring. And then I'm going to have a penalty because it's not a real insurance. Something to think about. He's old. He's ready to cash in. And yeah, he's one of the ones that's here for the insurance. And he planned on staying and staying and staying because he likes it. And I'm not ready for him to be home yet. But something has to be done because if this man has worked all of his life to make payments for penalties because of something like this, you think I'm mouthy now. Whew, it's going to get bad. So it's definitely something to look into. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Officer Romero. Thank you, you two gentlemen, for acknowledging the petition that Sergeant Blank took around. We all felt so passionately about this, and I just, on behalf of all of us, really appreciate that you brought it to the attention of everyone and brought it to a halt, brought this decision to a halt, at least for the evening. One thing that I did want to bring up is that, you know, I have a United Healthcare cash card, and I went to my doctor who accepts United Healthcare. And when I went to use my United Healthcare cash card to pay for my copay, they wouldn't accept it. Why? That's weird. So if my doctor who accepts United Healthcare won't even take my United Healthcare cash card, really? Do you think that there's not going to be any issues with this clown car? Oh, sorry, sidecar, tomato, tomato. In all of the conversations that I have had, I have heard over and over again that the Florida healthcare is what everyone would like to see again. Hopefully that's something that we can discuss. It's something that we can sit down with reps and talk about. I just would like everyone else has said here tonight, for you to think about if this is something that, if you would want to take this sidecar presentation home to your spouse and your children and like present this. This is what we've got. This is what we're doing. Is this really, is that what you would genuinely want? We put our lives on the line every single day for this city, for your children, for your family, and we really feel, excuse me, rear-ended with this. And really, we are pleading with you to reconsider this, to find some way to give us a traditional health care. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment on this agenda item?
Hello, gentlemen. My name is Ihab Hashem. I work with the water plant. I believe I was standing here maybe a couple years back. I wouldn't do their job for $1 million. I swear to God, I'll bow my hat for those guys, especially the cops. But my problem is different than theirs. You could hire a cop out of the academy, 6 months, you have a cop. But for me, I have to train a guy for a whole year to make one employee for you guys. In the past, we suffer to keep track of people because we train them and they end up the next city or this county or that place. I could count you how many people I lost because we have issues with the tuition. How much money was he making? How much money goes there? Right now, I could tell you I have 2 guys ready to go to Banel across the street. Once you approve this, they will go right there. So it's in your guys' hand. I don't sweet talk about anything. I cut to the chase. You guys need water? Fix it. That's all I could tell you. You guys have a good night.
Anyone else for public comment on this agenda item?
Yes, hi, good evening. My name's Jackie Corpel. I'm a resident here of Flagler Beach, and I heard about the proposed change to the insurance company. I've worked insurance for the past 27 years, and I was very concerned whenever I heard about the proposed change. Just working in the insurance industry, being that this sidecar insurance, that it is a, you try to find the cheapest, or there seems to be no coordination of care because it's not a network. There's no coordination of benefits. And also, if you go to a pharmacy because you're looking for the cheapest prescription, how is there going to be any coordination there? If you have to go to CVS and to go to Walgreens, they're not going to know that you may have a drug interaction with your medications. So it's very concerning for these employees to have substandard insurance.
Anyone else for public comment on this agenda item? All right, seeing no one, we'll close public comment. Further discussion. Commissioner Santori.
Well, yeah, it sounds like there was a resounding, they want Florida healthcare plan one way or another. So, I mean, personally, I'd like to see some options for those plans, and if you could come up with what you propose to cut from the budget to make that option happen, I think that could help us get there. I mean, I still would like to hear more about the sidecar option, just for them to hear it, and maybe they may like it, and they may not still. But I think we should have some more options here.
Mr. Chairman, let me, if I could clarify some of the comments that were made, especially by the chief.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to do that too. If I can just jump on that real quick. So there was a comment made about the pipes and the hydrants and the agenda items. Those are enterprise funds. They are not to be commingled with general fund money, which is what we're talking about. Those are completely different. It's not like you can not do piping repairs and then save money in general fund. They're 2 completely different, money allocations, and they cannot be commingled. That's against the law. But I did want to clarify that, because those were all used as examples, and you can't do that. You can only use general fund money for these expenses, not enterprise funds, from any enterprise fund.
Correct, for those departments. So right now, in the general fund, all departments totaled together, we currently pay, or what's included in the budget is approximately $807,000 for employee life and health insurance. That's in the general fund, which is where the roughly $100,000, $90,000 to $100,000, we would add on to that if we want to go with that mid-range Florida healthcare. In the enterprise funds, we currently pay a little over $600,000 for health and life insurance. So that's where the cost, we would have to figure out, that's where the, and when Miss Allen and I calculated the $100,000, that's the general fund. I'd have to get the numbers for the various enterprise funds. So yes, to clarify that, yeah, the enterprise funds, we cannot use enterprise funds for the pipes, the hydrants, and all that to pay for the departments that are funded by the general fund, which is city manager, city commission, clerk, HR, police, fire. So yes, the hypothetical $100,000 would have to come from those departments and those departments alone.
All right, further discussion. Mr. Cunningham.
I don't know if it's possible, but for me, I would like to just rule sidecar out altogether. I mean, it just doesn't sound good, and all the research I've done is not good also. So go with one of the other plans and forget about sidecar. I mean, this is so last minute, and I don't know how many employees were even knew that this was going on. I mean, we didn't get it until Friday when the agenda packet came out. We had no other information prior, other than we were talking about getting insurance for commissioners who wanted it, and mayor.
So 16% increase for health insurance for city employees and yourself across the board.
And what I can offer this is, again, if you want to go with the mid-range Florida healthcare, if you believe that that's what the employees want, then make that decision tonight. Because the budget's got to come back to you for the public hearings. So I'm going to have to give you adjustments to the budget, but if you want to expedite this, start open enrollment, you could approve what is in your packet as option 6, which seemed to be that's the mid-range Florida healthcare plan. That is a 16.22% increase. If you adopt that tonight, we can move forward with it, start scheduling open enrollment, we can start working on whatever adjustments we have to the budget and bring those forward to you on September 10th when the first budget hearing is. And you don't have to have any other special meetings if you're willing to go down that path, because that seems to be the desire of most of the speakers tonight.
So, I normally talk last, so I'm going to jump on this one. We're not benefits experts. It's not, I don't even view us picking a particular plan for the city employees is within our wheelhouse. That's, we're a legislative body. We are not choosing a benefits provider body. My 2 cents is I would like to see city manager and the department heads coordinate what they want. And the department heads are the ones that also got to foot the bill too. That money's got to come from somewhere. You can't raise taxes. We're not pulling from reserves. So the same folks who are deciding which health plan to go with are also the same ones that have to decide how to pay for it. I don't think it would be, I don't know, my gut tells me, and I'm just only speaking for myself, we are not to be deciding on what medical benefits the city employees get tonight. I don't think it would be right for us to pick it. I think the department managers, city manager, the administrators who do that, and never in all my years of being elected have I ever had to pick which particular health care plan city employees are going to get. It was always presented of, this is the plan, this is our suggested plan, and you talk about the finances that go with it, how to pay for it, and that's within our wheelhouse, is the budgeting and making sure that the budget balances and all of it. I don't know, based off the swath of comments, folks are leaning towards a particular one. Is that all inclusive? Does it leave gaps? There's too many questions for me. Should we be picking a particular plan for the employees at all? I do not believe so. I think we should be setting a budget, and we can let that get worked out, but I don't feel that it's right for me to say, y'all are going to have this plan, this is what we're going to do, and, I want them to figure out, if you have one that's more, what are we going to cut that's not going to affect the production of the city and the things that need done? What are we going to do to pay for it? And because if it's 80-some thousand or whatever, it's not a ton of money when you spread it across general fund. General fund is what, $12 million? But I also don't want to tell departments, you're going to cut this person to pay for it. I don't want to do that. That's a department head needs to be part of that discussion. That's why it's brought to us. We set the mill rate. I'm just bringing this up for discussion to see what y'all think of this. What do you think of it, Commissioner Spradley?
I think it's a great idea to have the city manager and department heads meet. I think it would be an even better idea if there could be, going back to what I said before, an advocate for one or two of the healthcare plans that would be talked about, whatever the two most popular would seem to be, to have someone there to answer the questions. And but I do think that Dale and the department heads meeting and coming to some after analysis, some conclusion for what you want to bring back here, I think would be the way to go. So I agree with Chair Cooley on that.
Further discussion, Mayor?
I would agree with that. I don't see how we can make these decisions based on, number one, the information we have. I can't even decide that for myself at the moment. But, we're fiduciary responsibility. We're not choosing. It's like we employ city manager and city attorney, and it's up to you all to fix it, and we approve it. I feel it's hard for us to make that decision.
Do you all feel, would anybody feel comfortable on deciding a particular health plan based off what you all heard?
I'd go with what you mentioned. I think put it on, allow the city manager and the department heads to make that decision. But I think, based on the, group of employees we had here. But again, I think that I'd rather have a formal recommendation, from the city manager.
After discussions.
Yeah, for me to pick a plan looking at 3 pages of a grid would be like throwing a dart in a dartboard, and I would not feel comfortable impacting the future of our city employees in that way.
All right, so the last question is, city manager, is that possible? Is this realistic?
Absolutely.
Okay. Easy enough. Everybody's okay with that, Mayor?
I think that's a perfect solution. Does this require timing-wise? Do we need to have timing deadlines, an emergency meeting? What is our next step?
We would have to have an emergency meeting. I would. Oh.
Do a special meeting.
Yeah, special meeting.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I would have to find that probably, I mean, pushing it into September 1st or September 2nd, 3rd.
I think if we come to the consensus with the department directors, the meeting should theoretically be a foregone conclusion. I mean, we've had the 5-10 minute meetings before, but I think if we build that coordination with the employees and have it on a special meeting, yeah, it should take a matter of minutes. Now, the city attorney did ask me, and I said, because also in the resolution was the dental insurance, which went up 40%, by the way, as well as our life insurance. So he said, do you want to at least vote on that? I said, no, let's still keep it all bundled together. So
I think that's the right decision.
but we'll work on scheduling something from Brown & Brown and the other providers as early as possible next week and keep it moving.
Chase them down for a special meeting. If you can set that during this open meeting, I need at least 72 hours. The earliest, I mean, I don't know, September 1st, Tuesday, or the 2nd.
Either the 1st or the 2nd.
I have a par board meeting at 5:30 on the 1st. Drew, I don't know if you need Drew here for this. He would be here already if we could schedule it before that. Or the 2nd, you're saying she needs the 2nd. And if you don't
Well,
want Drew
the second,
Planning to have a workshop on Monday.
yes.
Never mind. Yes, they do.
You could do it the second. The Parks Committee meets, but they don't meet till 6 o'clock. So in theory, we could meet, again, assuming that it's going to be a relatively short meeting, you could meet.
At that point, it should not be a lengthy meeting.
No, and you can always push a committee off for commission business. So
We did push the, Parks Committee is supposed to be talking about Veterans Park, so I really don't want to push that off. I mean, we could delay it by half hour if we needed to.
I'm not saying totally.
But no, if I can find a way, I'll put word out for the department directors that we can meet either Monday afternoon or,
On Monday, we could do that, or I'm sorry, on Wednesday, you could do that Monday.
true, yeah, we'll work that out staff-wise. But why don't we plan on Wednesday night for a special meeting at 5 o'clock?
Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we meet on Wednesday, September 2nd at 5 p.m. in the City Commission chambers to discuss, or would it be to vote or?
Consider.
To consider.
Yeah, it's a Wednesday.
Yeah. To consider, what would I say, Drew, here? To consider health campaigns for the city staff?
Or you could simply just to set the resolution 2026-70 or.
Okay.
Or go with the city's insurance plans instead of health plans because it does. Dental and life, which will be deciding too that.
Okay, I'll make the motion that you stated.
So that's to consider the city's health insurance, dental and life.
Yes, that's correct.
I'll second that motion, whatever it was.
True, does that need a roll call?
Doesn't need roll call.
All right, so that does not need a roll call. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimous. All right, any other further business on this item? All right. Move on to ordinance 2026-15. Drew?
Ordinance number 2026-15, an ordinance of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances to establish a fats, oils, and grease fog management program, providing for regulations governing the installation, maintenance, and inspection of grease interceptors and oil water separators for food service establishments, providing for administrative procedures, enforcement, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for an effective date.
All right. Is that going to be city manager or city engineer?
City engineer.
All right, come on up.
So this is the second reading of the fats, oil, and grease program that we've put together, and during the last meeting, we had some words that changed.
Those changes are actually redlined in your documents, I think, so you have those specific red lines in there if you want to see it.
So basically, if you agree to those changes, then it's your decision.
I'm sorry, yeah.
For this warrant, 82 and 83, was it not, I believe?
Yeah, 82, 83, and line 54 within the ordinance.
All right. Questions for city engineer? Commissioner Santori.
I just was wondering if those changes address some of the concerns that Ms. Buckingham had.
So the email that came in talked about whether or not you could eliminate a grease interceptor based on different types of food. So this ordinance really just regurgitates what the Florida Building Code says and what the state says. It's really not up to this ordinance to determine that. It's whatever the building official determines, and as he's going to use the building code to determine that, not this.
One question to piggyback off what Commissioner Santori is asking. I think one of the concerns more over from Ms. Buckingham is about capacity. Is that all mandated by state of Florida, all the capacities by business, or how could a small business get a small interceptor that could be affordable? Because I think this is something that's going to affect a lot of small businesses.
So the size of your grease interceptor is determined based on the building code. So this ordinance does not establish that.
That's all state of Florida stuff?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, sir.
So are you saying that the building department's doing separate inspections anyway and already identifying that?
That's correct. Yes, currently the building department is doing that. That is something that was not done previously.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of things that are occurring right now are because things are being done that weren't done previously.
All right. Any other questions for the city engineer while he's up here?
Yeah, in the manual, minimum capacity of a grease interceptor is 750 gallons. Are we talking about a 750 gallon tank or up to a 1250 gallon tank?
That's if you have your own on-site sewage. So that's if you have a septic system. So nobody here has that, so that doesn't apply.
So where's the 750 gallons coming from? Where does
It's just covering if you do have a septic system. Nobody does have a septic system in this city. However, if they did, the 750 gallons minimum is covered.
So restaurants wouldn't have to be digging up their property and installing a grease trap tank?
No, their grease trap is going to be sized based on Florida Building Code. And if they have one currently in place that meets the Florida Building Code, it just remains in place.
Isn't it already mandated that they're supposed to be doing this anyway?
Yes.
By the health department or somebody?
Yes, but the state doesn't actually send anybody over. So what they're doing based on the new rule that was passed in January of this year, they're basically kicking it down to the local jurisdiction to do their job.
So this is something they already have, and they're not going to be costing a fortune to have it?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Now, there are some businesses that don't have grease traps at all that will have to buy probably under sink units. You know, these are small businesses, and some that previously didn't have any. And this still allows for under sink units.
Yes, it does. Yeah. That's correct.
Because there are some businesses that don't have any that there's no, you just can't. You can't put a $10,000 tank in the ground and stuff like that.
Right.
You would have to have a under sink unit. And then those flows are all, that formula is all the state, correct?
Yeah, so in Florida Building Code, it calls out PDI method of sizing those grease interceptors for the ones that are under your sinks. And that's the Plumbing and Drainage Institute. So they have formulas of how you develop the size of your grease trap based on the size of your sink. If they have a 3-compartment sink, it takes the size of each one of those basins, and then you put it into this formula and you calculate it.
So you could get a small 3-compartment sink, right?
You could. The smaller your sink, the smaller your grease interceptor has to be.
That's something that small businesses might find valuable. All right, further discussion or questions for city engineer?
No, I'm good.
All right, look for motion.
I'll make a motion we approve ordinance 2026-15.
Second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'll open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? Jackie?
Jackie Buckingham, I'm the owner of Flagler Tea Company. I live
Pull the mic down a little bit. Oh, we can capture.
So from what I was reading over the past couple of days about the ordinance, it is a state mandate that the local municipalities do oversee it. It does have to have something in the writing stating that if a small business isn't doing that volume, that they can have the undersink interceptors. It's all based off of the flow rate of the water, depending on the sizing of it. There is also, I believe it is Jacksonville has a variance in there that they can have smaller tanks than the, I think it's the 35 gallons per minute, less than the 20 pounds, I think it was, that they can have smaller if they're not doing a lot of those grease. Also a variance on the time frequency of it needing to be cleaned out. Jacksonville has it listed that if they show that they have less than 25% of their trap needing to be cleaned out over 2 to 3 cleanouts, that they can apply for a variance to have more space in between that. So like some of those small businesses down here that have maybe a couple of utensils that might have a milk on it or an ice cream scooper, they're not going to be having those traps cleaned out every 30 days to 3 months, I think is the longest that you can go depending on the size of your trap. They can apply for a variance to have that trap cleaned out less frequently, costing them less money. I think the closest plant to come and clean them out is in Holly Hill. So you're talking about the travel time that you're probably going to have to pay. I'm not sure, I haven't looked into how much it is to have them cleaned out. But a lot of the businesses here have already had a lot of struggles going through things, and then adding on top of this new thing, having to have it cleaned out. If it doesn't even need to be cleaned out, having to have that cleaned out. So applying for those variances for the smaller tanks and for less frequency. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else for public comment on this agenda item? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it back up here for discussion. Any interest on looking at, you know, the ability for businesses to apply for variances for cleanouts or capacity sizes?
I'm open to it. I was going to ask the city attorney, is that any issue if we added like a variance clause into the ordinance or anything, and we would still stay in compliance and everything?
I will double check, because just because another city does it doesn't always mean that it's lawful, so I will double check on that, if you'd like to go that direction.
I don't know if capacity is really an issue. If you have to have a large grease trap, you can get, you know, we just heard from the engineer, you can get a smaller sink.
Right.
So you get a smaller 3-compartment that requires a smaller grease trap to go with it. And that takes care of your capacity issue. As far as the cleanouts go, that would be, you know, potential to piggyback off Jacksonville maybe. I think they had some verbiage possibly existing on that. But we are on second reading, so how do you all feel about that? Are you comfortable with, an approval with staff putting that in, or do you want to come back?
I would want you to see that. I
Okay,
would want you to see that language, so I would not want to move forward. You can move forward on second reading on this, and then we bring that back as a separate ordinance, but I would not want you to approve this conditioned upon us adding that language. I would want you to see that language.
city engineer.
So if you look in section 7C, under cleaning and maintenance, and it's page 7 of 9 on the guidance, it says, grease interceptors and oil wire separators are recommended to be pumped, cleaned approximately every 90 days or at a frequency appropriate for the facility's operations. So, it's already in there.
That works. That works for you, Drew? If it works for the lawyer, it works for me.
Amen.
Figured you'd like that. All right, so, any other discussion? Do we have a motion and a second, right? Yep. It's getting late, losing track again. All right, if no discussion, Penny, if you call the roll, please.
Yes.
Yes to motion?
Yes, the motion.
Yes.
Yes, the motion. Motion passes unanimous. Staff report, city attorney.
Briefly, just, it was brought up, I think, at our last meeting, the ordinance for trailer parking. Mayor Provencher came and spoke about that as, that's provided. It's gonna go to planning first, so I don't know when exactly you will see it, but it is in, and it will go to planning, and then you will see it first and second reading.
Just out of curiosity, when, that is, like any trailers, right? It's not utility or, you know.
Specific to utility trailers as well. I mean, you already allow boats and boat trailers, and so what we've done now is utility trailers. What that leaves is recreational vehicles. So recreational vehicles would still be governed by your existing regulations. The carve out that we've done so far is just, the draft is just utility trailers.
You all know what's next, right?
One thing I would point out, just that was on my mind too when I was drafting, and so we did, it does, if I recall, we did put a cap on size. So, and that is a distinction that, although you might have a small RV, that would be the same size as a utility trailer, so that is a consideration. But at least compared, you could not have, I forget what the threshold was, but size was a limiting factor, and that actually is going to make that apples to oranges when comparing utility trailers to most RVs. But it is worth considering.
I don't want to get into ordinance work now, but y'all probably want to think about if you want to get that as part of the ordinance, or if you want to wait for there to be a big uproar about it.
If it goes to planning, I can ask planning or planning architectural review board if they would, you know, what their thoughts on it, and they can make a recommendation as to that also when it comes back to you.
Are y'all okay with Drew doing that?
Yeah.
Okay. Because that's next.
That's up.
And if we're going to work it, let's work it completely. City manager.
I'm having city attorney pass something out. Commissioner Sherman, this is a document you already have, so if you pass it on. Quick announcement, obviously City Hall will be closed on Labor Day, which is September 7th, very late this year. Meetings, we have Power Board on the 1st. Commission special meeting, you should have a bundle of 3 documents. They should all be paper clipped together, and I'll explain those. Parks and Commission special meeting on the 2nd, first Friday on the 4th, and then City Commission first public hearing for the budget is scheduled for September 10th. I do have an external attorney conducting an employee workplace investigation. That report is expected shortly. Also on September 10th, in addition to the public hearing, you will be asked to rank the 4 parking consultants and figure out, if you're so inclined, to rank them. If we want to continue, that's the next step, if we want to go down that path. And what I handed you were the goals. These are the goals that were discussed at the visioning workshop. So you have 3 different documents. The first document is strictly black and white. That is what is currently in place in the 2032 plan. That's the base document. Then you have the one with all the pretty colors, which reflect the discussion we had on April 1st. Unfortunately, Commissioner Cunningham, you were not there. You had family obligations. So those are reflected in color, and then the last one that only has yellow, incorporate all the colored changes into a newly modified vision and goal statement. So please look these over. The intent is that they will be reconsidered by you as part of the last two budget meetings. So if you have any comments or things about that, I relied on Penny and Colleen took great notes. I relied on my notes. So please look them over. But the 3 copies again, the base note one, which is in place now, the discussion one from April 1st, and then incorporating the discussion is in the 3rd document. If you have any questions, please contact me. That's all that I have this evening.
All right, Penny. Chief. You good? You got anything?
Good, thank you.
Okay. Mayor. Mr. Santori.
There's lots, but I think I'll just send it in an email. But I do want to thank staff for coming out today and expressing their concerns and, feeling comfortable enough to come to us with them. So thank you.
Mr. Spradley.
Pass.
Mr. Schoen. Pass. Mr. Cunningham.
Miami curbs. Commission meeting that we had on March 26th. And we voted on it. And Resolution 2026-23, adding the direction to staff that the project be commensurate with the improvement of the swales in those areas that will be receiving the water, including the sub-base work. I'm seeing Miami curbs going in at 17th and 19th and 21st. And I got a call from Mr. Steve Meyer, homeowner on South 19th and South Palmetto. All that water is flying down the hill. There's a 15-foot elevation drop from Central down to his curve and where he lives, flooding his yard. That was the whole point of adding the swales in. It was even said in the meeting, Dale said, we would slow up the Miami curve and speed up the swales so it could be done at the same time. Who made the decision to go ahead and put the Miami curbs in and not follow the direction that was given?
So that was my decision, and we're getting ready to start the swale construction within the next couple of weeks.
That's not at the same time. Isn't that direction that we gave?
Yeah.
So, why is that?
We were just trying to get everything ready to do the swales, and it's taking us a little bit longer.
Well, that's where the slow walking the Miami curves would have fit in with what Dale said in the meeting. If you go back and watch that meeting on YouTube, that's what I had to do. There's a bunch of stuff that Eric was asking to be provided and RJ. About items that they were wanting also. So what's your excuse, I'll call it?
We rented a great all tractor, and the goal is to use the great all tractor to begin grading those swales, starting within the next couple of weeks.
A great all?
Yes.
Who's going to operate the great all?
One of our staff members from Public Works.
That's not just a piece of equipment you can jump on and know what you're doing.
Correct.
We have a rubber tired or a rubber track excavator with a swale bucket on it.
Yes.
That
And
swivels.
we also have that as well. So we're going to be tackling it with the equipment that we have.
We've been getting a lot of rain lately, and that's a poor decision to decide to go ahead and put the Miami curves in before you even started thinking about doing the swales.
Well, what we've done in the past was we installed asphalt aprons, and the asphalt aprons with the little asphalt speed bumps per se pretty much did the same thing. They just didn't work as well. So we're doing the same thing we were doing previously, just using concrete instead of the asphalt.
That was only in a couple of locations.
Yeah, we had several locations where we did that.
Yeah.
Can I just piggyback on that? Sure. If we have a citizen that's getting, flooded out, or even if they're not getting flooded out, taking on all kinds of water that they haven't normally taken on, is there anything we could do, between now and when the project starts to ensure that, they're protected from that?
I'm certainly sure we can do that.
I think, minimum we would owe them that, or at least, if we're doing a project that causes water to go into somebody's property, that we're at least,
Right. So what used to happen prior was everything would flow from the east to the west. It would reach one of the alleyways, and then most of it would just dump into the alleyways. And any resident who was at that intersection typically got flooded.
right. And so we protected one, hurt another, but they might not be getting flooded. I guess, if there's, I'm not an engineer, that's Mr. Cunningham, but I'm just thinking, if we got properties taking on an inordinate amount of water, if there's anything we can do to just help out that whole scenario until the project starts.
Yeah, we can find out. I'll get the address from Commissioner Cunningham and we'll check it out.
I mean, that was the whole reason for doing the swales at the same time to begin with, and that wasn't done. And I don't find it acceptable to be just deciding you're going to do it and then sending a lot of extra water down to the end of the street to the people that flood. I have a problem with that. You're not following direction that was given.
Commissioner Cunningham, can you remind me of the date that you're referencing? Because that way I can look back.
March 26th.
Thank you.
Can I just follow up here?
Start out at the 3 hour and 18-minute mark.
Can I follow up to a question you had?
Sure.
So I just had a question too. Having lived, I'm very familiar with South 19th. Used to live off that street, and I don't know. Maybe the mayor might recall as well. You remember they put the swales in down there. That was a whole thing. They put swales in. I mean, Penny, you probably remember. This is long before you guys came. So there's already existing swales there. Yeah, I'm not an engineer. I'm familiar with the property that you're referencing. I mean, that area, and it's a pretty significant slope there that Commissioner Cunningham mentioned there. So I just wasn't sure about one. Again, I don't know how the water flows. I mean, this is something you and Commissioner Cunningham could probably school me on, but I do know that there were swales put in. Some have, what I can see, again, in my interaction of traversing that area regularly to see my daughter, the swales are still there, or some are still filled in. And then, to piggyback on a question I have as well is, I see that you guys have finished the job at some of the alleyways there with the aprons. So just to educate myself here, I saw that you guys just put like soil down, and so I mean the soil's eventually, I would assume, is going to settle. So if somebody's like driving on the alleyway, I mean, there's going to be maybe a drop there once, because you're going to have the Miami curb sitting up, and then there's going to be a drop off. Are you guys going to do anything like more permanent there to hold that soil in? Because I could see that in 6 months to a year being an issue as well.
Right, so what happened previously was the transition between the dirt alleyways and the asphalt. It used to erode right there, and it used to have a lot of drop-off, and it started to actually undermine the asphalt. So the Miami curb is going to remedy that situation. So instead of the water running along the edge between the transition of the asphalt and the soil, the Miami curb will carry it through. So you may still get some erosion there, but that's why we also send crews to grade the alleyways from time to time.
Okay, thank you. I didn't mean to steal it.
No, that's fine. The North 8th Street lift station that's being rehabbed right now. I drive by there every day because I live on the north. There's an open manhole there. It's been open since it started, that if a kid walked in, they would fall right in. There's a fence around the lift station itself, but it's completely wide open. The lid to the wet well is completely wide open with a hose coming out of it or a pipe. A kid could fall in that wet well and be injured or worse. who would be is this the contractor that's supposed to be managing this? Where's the safety part fall in?
Yes, and I'll reach out to the contractor and make sure they address that.
Now, do we have someone in the city that is monitoring that?
We do. We have a project manager who's monitoring that project.
Okay. I mean, that's definitely a danger, for sure. And the detail on the Miami curb, not to go back, but our standard construction detail, even, because we talked about this, you said that it didn't have to have a sub base because we were digging in virgin ground. But it clearly says on the Miami curb, I'll pass this down, there's a sub base, 6-inch sub base, to be tested at 98% density. And you said that because it was virgin soil, that didn't need to be happening. That's
And
not
they
correct.
they compacted the soil before they actually installed the Miami curbing.
Did they do a density test?
But they did not provide a density test.
So how do you know you got compaction?
I don't know.
And it's right there in the standard for the Miami curve, all the curves.
Correct.
And like I said before, it's gonna fold right over.
But they compacted it with a jumping jack compactor, and the jumping jack compactors, it's pretty easy to achieve 98% compaction with those.
But you would have to test it to make sure of that, right?
The test would ensure that.
But there was no test.
There was not. But as I mentioned, so the jumping jack compactors, they're very good at compacting the soil underneath.
I know all about jumping jack compactors. Also noticed that, and I'll go back to the North 8th Street, it looks like there's some kind of a knee wall going all the way around this wet well, the whole lift station. Is that right?
There's a little flood wall, a little knee wall, yes.
That's going to completely encompass the entire wet well and lift station?
Yes.
When it rains 2 inches every day, how's the water going to get out of there and not turn into a mosquito breeding ground?
It soaks into the ground.
Soaks into the ground?
Yes.
We'll see. I mean, like I was saying earlier, just put a watertight lid on it. You don't have to have a wall. It can go completely underwater. And one last thing. I had to write it down because I knew I would get tongue-tied on our no, two more things. The Resolution 2026-09, the swell work on Lehigh and all those streets. That's when I was talking about all the surveying. And it got approved with the provision that there would be an elevation survey conducted ahead of the project. I went out there every day. I never saw a survey stake anywhere. Where's your survey?
I'll send you a copy.
Is it a copy without stakes?
They did a survey.
Who did a survey?
SWA.
Okay. You have a record of the survey with the results and the log that they wrote all the elevations down?
Everything's on the survey. They have a signed and sealed survey they put on.
How was a contractor with no stakes with an elevation number on it, mark on it, or a cut or a fill? How were they able to what did the survey achieve?
As we described previously when this came before the board, the goal was to do maintenance on the swales. So basically, what they did is go from invert to invert, pull the string, and use a laser and made sure that the bottom of the swales basically matched the bottom of the inverts that are existing. So they're already set. They can't be moved or adjusted. So they're cleaning out the swales. So to actually get a survey was unnecessary because all they're doing is just measuring to the bottom of each invert. There was no need for a survey.
Well, I would disagree. But you did do a survey.
We did do a survey because it was requested by the board. But it was totally unnecessary.
They did the survey, but they did not put any stakes, hammer any stakes in the ground with elevations on them.
What purpose does that serve?
For the contractor to have an elevation to go by.
They do. They have the inverts of the existing culverts and the trench drains and the driveways. Everything's existing.
Well, they're dug too deep. I can tell you that just by looking at them.
They're dug 2 inches too deep. The purpose for that is because they're putting sod.
I understand that. I'll wait to get the survey. And this was the last thing. This was about at the July 23rd meeting, Resolution 2026-51 and 57 for the lift stations. We rejected the bid, and it's going to go back out to bid, I guess, sometime. And you stated that to the commission and everybody in here told us that the other contractor was participating in a competitive solicitation, had been contacted multiple times by telephone and email and failed to respond. And you said that you were going to provide me with phone records and emails to back that up. I haven't received those. And I've also verified with the contractor again, even yesterday, that they in fact have not been called or emailed at all. So I don't know how you're going to be able to provide that. So that brings me to say that you made a false statement right in front of the commission, all to us. Do you want to disagree?
I disagree.
So you're going to provide the phone records and emails of trying to contact them?
So when I reached out to my staff, they did provide the text that went to that contractor. I might have incorrectly stated it was emails and phone calls, but there was text, and that was provided to you.
When?
I don't remember when, but it was provided to you.
No, it wasn't provided to me. If it was, it didn't go through. I mean, that's pretty serious, making a false statement if that's not true.
It's not true.
Well, I'll wait for the text messages and then reassess.
Okay. Anything else?
Oh, and the datum for the swales, 88 datum was used, not 29. I think you had stated it was done in 29. It's not 29, it's 88.
As I stated earlier, the reason for a survey was unnecessary, so the datum is irrelevant.
The datum is irrelevant.
It is irrelevant on a swale project where you're only doing maintenance. Whether it was NGVD 29 or NAVD 88, doesn't matter.
That's it.
Okay. All right. I don't have anything. We'll open this up to last round of public comments. Any members of the public have any comments to cover under public comment? All right, seeing none, we will close public comment. Look for a meeting to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Did I say a meeting to adjourn? You can tell it's getting late. We're adjourned.
5 hours.